Ayo, 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 what's happening, everybody? Who's ready? Let's forget this countdown timer. We're about ready for gameplay here in a moment. It is the Queso Cup Teams Edition. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Rich Slayton from Clash Royale League, and we are about to get kicked off here. I didn't realize they were kicking off like right on time, so we're not going to waste a bunch of time hanging out and chatting. We're going to be chatting for hours today as we are back with competitive Clash Royale. Tons of money on the line, some of your best players playing CR in a great teams competition. We'll talk format, we'll talk matchups, we'll talk all of that, of course, throughout the day. But man, we have a banger of a matchup to kick things off in our first one of the day. And let's take a look, of course, at our teams overall as we take a look here at the scoreboard. Tribe Gaming, Chivas, is it Puigins? I don't know how actually they're pronouncing that. I've never heard it said out loud. Gamer Arena, Urban Esports, Team Liquid, SK Gaming, and Team Queso. Let's jump into our first matchup here of the day, folks. And it's SK Gaming against Gamer Arena. SK with a powerhouse roster from this one. Of course, who's on that? Yeah, Airsurfer, as you can see, Samuel Bassotto, and then the longtime dynamic duo of Morten and xopxsam. Up against a team that I know is going to please a lot of fans from a very particular country, Game Arena, with the three popular Turkish players, Furkan, Aslan, a.k.a. Kadir, and Seeok. So all of you who've been spamming chats, where's Seeok? I want to see Seeok. Where's Seeok? Or Seeok. I don't know how you guys pronounce it. Either way, boom, he'll be here today. You'll see a bunch of them. Take a look at the right-hand side. You can see the format for the day. King of the Hill, and then a 1v1 in duel mode. So if you can win the first two King of the Hills, phenomenal. If not, boom, go ahead and win that duel at the very end to go ahead and pull that dub. And our first matchup here in this King of the Hill, the American Airsurfer up against Furkan. Airsurfer, of course, coming off of a very nice run in the Clash Royale League World Finals. We were all very excited to see him in that one and see him put together a nice performance overall. Furkan had a good opportunity to make it to Worlds this year, didn't quite get all the way through, but of course Aslan, who we'll be seeing later, did get all the way through. Faded here asking who is my favorite. I mean, if you're not saying Puigins Esports, which is Mugi, Lucas, Mo, and Alicia, who I actually don't know Alicia. If you're not picking that as your favorite, I don't know if you've watched Clash Royale before. There's some other really good teams here, but that's got to be your favorite, right? That's got to be the number one on most lists here today. So RG Giant Skeleton up against Minor Mortar for Furkan. And so far, not a whole lot of damage either direction. Kind of chilling on both sides here. Skarmy to take care of the RG. RG does get broken through, though, with that log and support. Skeleton King on opposite direction. And I believe that Furkan does, or is at least one away from Minor. Decides not to support and just put a little pressure. Gonna get some okay damage on the left-hand side with the skeletons, but more importantly, taking care of the defense as Minor goes to the right-hand side. So Furkan now switching lanes. RG behind the RG, the Royal Ghost and Royal Giant. And now with no Skeleton King in tow, no value for that Skarmy. Royal Giant should get at least 3 here on the left-hand side. Giant Skeleton does not get in time range. That's a 4th one. So that's a GG. That's a well-played. Game number 1 going to SK Gaming. So let's get around to that lightning and take care of business here in just 1 second. Magic Archer on the right-hand side. Airsurfer, where's your... He has to cycle one more card to get to lightning, maybe? Am I crazy? What's going on? 2 more cards for lightning? Oh, yeah, 2 more cards. There we go. And, yeah, the Skarmy not quite enough to block that there. Let's take a look again at our overall leaderboard for the day so you can see all the matchups happening around. We'll be going through, I'll give you a general rundown of the matchups today in a little bit, but right now, as you can see, Tribe Gaming, Chivas, Puigins, Gamer Arena, Liquid, Urban Esports, SK Gaming, and Team Queso. So we'll have fun here today, folks. And again, reminder, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, this is King of the Hill, and then King of the Hill, And then if those are tied up after 2, we go to a duel mode, send out your best, and see what happens. Roy Travel saying Airsurfer is now SK. I don't know if he's officially signed to SK all the way or if he's just with SK for this event, so not entirely sure. Saketh Ram saying I always use code RICH in the shop. Thank you so much. Mwah. Certainly appreciate it. And wherever you're coming from, thanks for coming by. We haven't streamed here in a little while. I've been very, very busy, but now with this Queso Cup Teams Edition, you'll be seeing a bunch of stuff on this channel. Juicy J will also be streaming some of this as well, so you'll be seeing this on a couple different channels. And let's see, we're about to get into game number 2, Airsurfer against Aslan coming up in just a moment. I have to actually press, there's no clean, I have to press buttons, a lot more buttons today, so bear with me, everybody. Let's see, Night CR saying SK is my favorites, and I always watch for 6 years. Watching our 6 years, cool. Rich M saying those shades are shit. Those shades are sick. Need to hit the beach after casting. Yeah, I was gonna play disc golf today, and then I forgot that I had casting today. So let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Airsurfer in the lead here against Aslan. C-Rex saying, is Morten there? Yes, he's just not in the first King of the Hill set. I think he'll play the second King of the Hill set, and he'll probably be their 1v1 guy. Most likely. We'll see what happens. We will see, and don't let me ignore Twitch here, folks. I know that I'm not over there. Money Mitch saying, Rich, I'm your biggest fan. Thank you very much. Over on Twitch. I'm going to try to make sure I'm checking out Twitch as much as I can today, folks. I see some first-time chatters over on Twitch, too. Shout out to A1905, Voyar Boris, Ali, Rave CR, Sirhat, Marku, a lot of the Turkish fans over on Twitch here to root for their guys. So keep in mind, since we are in King of the Hill, it's not in duel mode. So you're seeing Airsurfer run back a similar look here in game number 2. Can one player play all 3 sets? That's Abhai. You know what? I need to reread the rule on that one. I'll check that one out and get back to you on that one. Royal Ghost does get through on the right-hand side, going for some significant damage here as the Ghost at the bridge distracted just long enough by those zappings. Of course, as you all know, Furkan and Airsurfer both CRL, or Aslan and Airsurfer, I mean, both CRL World Finalists this year. It is interesting here with this variation of King of the Hill, and thank you very much, Master of Stuff. It is very interesting here with this variation of King of the Hill because I think that you could really use, actually not I think, I know, the Royale Masters version of King of the Hill, where you cannot repeat cards after you win with them, works in a BO5 and would work really well in King of the Hill. I know that's a big administrative challenge overall, but I would love to see that in King of the Hill. I think that would make King of the Hills really, really interesting. $16-21 on the right-hand side. Airsurfer so far playing great. Just has things nicely shut down here. The bats certainly not getting the same value with Mother Witch. Needs to control up high. Plenty of elixir to do so. Giant Skeleton takes care of business. Arrows plus Zap. Get the Zappies off the board, and bats working on the left-hand side. Mega Knight should not connect, and it doesn't. It's a lot of the same supporting cards here from Airsurfer, but going to keep these in game number 2 rather than the Royal Giant we saw in game number 1. This is the first match, game number 2. Answer that question. 6-17 on the right-hand side. Airsurfer takes a beating that time around. I am seeing someone say, yes, one player can go in all 3 sets, so maybe we'll see someone go 1, 2, 3 today. Prince Press goes to the left-hand side for Aslan. Airsurfer does have to hold on. Miner goes to the back and will get on tower. That's some significant damage. Arrows have to come up high. Must control this Archer Queen. Does the Giant Skeleton get in front in time? Just barely does. One piggy to the left-hand side. Final minute, triple elixir. Probably has to just ignore this Ghost, right? Let this Ghost do a lot of work on the left-hand lane and make a real push. Just going to go ahead and use the Flying Machine, take it off, and then pressure this right-hand side. Nothing for the miner. Zappies, never mind. They do get it done. Arrows plus zap, though, so that's just good. Just the arrows. And missing one of the, or two of the zappies here as well. So here it is. This is the big counter push. This is the big opportunity for Airsurfer to make something happen. Has to stop this miner. Fisherman does pick up. A lot of spell pressure, though. Has to go all out right here. Can he get Piggies down under some pressure? Goes opposite lane with the Royal Ghost. Aslan holding on nicely. Goes miner on defense rather than offense, trying to be a little bit more conservative in this play. Arrows trying to clear out. Flying Machine might get on tower here. Flying Machine does get a little bit, but not enough. Aslan takes game number 2. Very, very well done for Aslan, and now we are all tied up 1-1 in this opening King of the Hill. Do I speak Russian? Niet. Saad Ali is saying, how does your message get featured on the screen? Do I have to donate or something? Oh, I should move. I see that the chats are a little bit... let's move the chats somewhere. I don't have a good... Maybe I should resize them a little bit. I don't have a good spot for the chats over here. I'll figure out where the chats go. Don't you worry. I'll find a good place for them. I'll just put them over here. No, you don't have to donate. It's just whatever chat I feel like putting on screen is how you get your chat featured on screen. That's how it works. Which team is Mugi and Mo in? Mugi and Mo are on Puigins. We'll be seeing this in a little bit. Rylan Turner saying, sup, dude. Hey, a lot of first-time chatters still showing up on Twitch. Thank you very much for showing out. Appreciate you, Bill's hand. So again, this is a teams format. A whole lot of matchups going on for a couple of weeks here for this major event. And next up's going to be Samuel Bassotto versus Aslan. Aslan Kadir. So that'll be a fun one for our next matchup. How do I look without sunglasses? Also dope. I just like the sunglasses. If you want to see how I look without sunglasses, watch CRL World Finals replay, because I'm there without sunglasses a whole lot. I just like wearing them. Which cards do I think are currently strongest in the meta? Whichever cards I am facing at the moment. Those are the strongest ones. Hi, first time watching your stream. Dude, first time having you. Mwah. How do I find the new update? We'll talk about the update a lot today. I think the update's going to be phenomenal. It's the kind of thing we've wanted for a long time, like a big kind of shift in the game overall. 2 new cards is awesome. I'm very curious to see how the Monk affects gameplay, whether it has the impact people think it's going to have, or whether it's going to have an impact but not as explosive as I think people might be, until people get their hands on it and realize how the ability actually works. I think that's going to be a key factor here. Someone asked, can I name the Tribe and Liquid rosters? Absolutely. Tribe Gaming has Rico, Pandora, KK, and Wallace. Team Liquid is Vitor, SurgicalGoblin, DiegoB, and KaNaRiOoo. KaNaRiOoo making a return to competitive play. So very curious to see that one. He's been doing mostly content creation as of late. All right, game number 3 coming up here in just a moment. Samuel Bassotto and Aslan, as soon as it's ready, will jump on in. How would you like to see the team format back to CRL next year? 50-50. There are some... I might make a video about it one day, but there are some positives to team format and some negatives. So we can talk about that for sure, but maybe a little bit later. Which card should be banned? Barb Hut. Barb Hut should be dead forever. I'm an anti-Barb Hut person. What is that This Is Not Fame book behind you? That's a book by the comedian who, I was a full-time stand-up comic for 10 years. Still do a little bit, but not as much as I used to. And that is a book by my favorite comedian, the guy who got me started in stand-up, Doug Stanhope. That's his book, This Is Not Fame, because he has a very strong following, but he's not famous, and it's a kind of a fun. He's one of the greatest of all time, and inspired an entire generation of comics to start doing stuff. Let's see, waiting on. Aslan is taking his time to accept. Only has 30 seconds left to accept the game, and here he does. Let's go ahead and jump into. Spectate button broken? Nope, it's not. Let's jump into game number 3 here. And it's not Airsurfer, it's Samuel. They'll go ahead and get that updated here in just a moment. And we'll get, that is, you see Aslan top of your screen, Samuel Bassotto at the bottom. They'll get that picture updated here in just a moment. And maybe Aslan going either Graveyard or Golem. Maybe E-Giant. And there you go, there's the Samuel pick. So not Graveyard, either Golem or E-Giant at this point. Someone someone asking, I think the new update is too much? I don't think it's too much. Let me go ahead and details forum. You are getting a short timeout for that nonsense. There you go. Welcome back. All right, so it is Golem for Aslan directly into the giant skeleton. Fisherman plus Hunter plus Archer Queen, not exactly what Aslan wanted to see here. Does have some lightning targets. The question will be for him is what can he do about that Fisherman? Can he predict the Fisherman? And there he goes. That's a nice NATO out of Aslan. Great timing. Going to avoid the King Tower activation, get a lot of damage on that left-hand lane. But now a solid counter push here. Fisherman still alive, Archer Queen behind. And this is going to be some good damage opposite direction. Skeleton King gets pulled deep into enemy territory, and just like that, while Aslan had a good opening play here, Samuel Bassotto roaring back. Absolute shred job on the left-hand side. And this is going to be very difficult to recover with the Fish Boy Hunter and the Archer Queen as well. Not to mention the logs for a little bit of knockback here. I don't know what the big spell is for Samuel. Got to expect lightning. Again, this is not dual mode, so you can just repeat whatever. Very, very nicely played by Samuel overall. And at this point, with 47 seconds left, no reason to really push heavier since he's Samuel. Stack in the left-hand lane. Prepare for a potential golem push. And Aslan's going to go opposite lane here. Very interesting. 38 seconds left. Aslan going to try to go into the right-hand side. Not sure how much that's going to be effective, but I guess he'll try anything at this point. Fish Boy down. Lightning goes high for the defensive. A offensive lightning here from Aslan might be necessary. Instead, NATO's this giant skeleton back. Trying to get on tower. Not going to happen, though. The log cleans things up. Lightning to try to clear. Not going to be enough damage in. GG, well played. Samuel with a really, really nice counter play. Aslan that NATO play on the Fisherman was probably a little bit over-aggressive that early in the game, right? Because you had a lot of gameplay left to go. You're playing Golem in single Elixir. And if he'd had a ton of troops stacked behind, I know he didn't want to activate King Tower, and that was the main reason. I think that he was probably in trouble no matter what with that matchup. Didn't want to activate King Tower, so you understand the reason why he did it. But that 3 Elixir didn't get very much damage for him. All it did was avoid a King Tower activation because he didn't have the push behind it to really chunk down that left-hand side. So maybe a little bit over-aggressive there out of Aslan. Which team do I think is the strongest? Puigins. That's a pretty easy answer. Still have to, did he hit the King Tower with the NATO? I didn't think he did. Let me go back and look at the replay. I didn't think he actually hit the King Tower with the NATO. Hold on. I'm going to go back and look at the replay. 1 second, folks. 1 second, folks. Let me jump in here. Oh, and he still did. You're right. He still did activate King Tower with the NATO. I totally missed that. So, yeah, just problems all the way around. That NATO, not the thing. Here we go. Coming up here to game number 4 of this matchup. And it's going to be Samuel Bassotto with a chance to end set number 1 against Seeok. So, the person that everyone from Turkey's been wanting to see, the most spammed name in any chat for a Clash Royale competitive streamer. And it's going to be coming up next, Seeok. Am I the only English commentator for this event? Today I am, but throughout the tournament it's me, Juicy J, maybe one more person. And I'll bring on some special guests here and there. I didn't have a chance to bring a special guest on today, but I will bring on some special guests. Let's see, here we go. Into our next matchup. Samuel now with a chance to end set number 1. And end it early. And this is the thing I think we're going to see today, and I'm really curious about how this goes. You're not a special guest. I don't know if that actually is Mo or not. I don't know who was saying special guest, but I am my own. I'm not my own special guest. I'm very curious about this today because, as we've already seen, these matchups have been very Royal Ghost heavy, very Zappies heavy, very Giant Skeleton heavy. I think we're going to see today just how valuable dual mode actually is. Because we're going to see a lot of, I think we're going to see, oh, you're playing to Jebas. Oh, Jebas was in here. And thank you, Mo. Oh, Jebas was in here? I didn't see him earlier. The chat was going pretty quick here. Oh, Jebas said, bring me. Isn't he busy coaching? Isn't he busy doing his job? Trying to get that bag? So this back to the point at hand. As we've already seen here in this first King of the Hill, there's been so much repetition, so much Royal Ghost, so much Zappies, so much of the we've seen we haven't seen Fireball yet, haven't seen Poison yet. I don't think we've just seen so much. He's not doing his job. Oh, little shade coming here from Mohamed Light today. We've seen so much of the same cards already. Now we're seeing Poison here in this Miter control deck. But we've seen such a more centralized meta. I think DJ Badhand, why is he so sucked at the YouTube chat? This is the place to be. Because there's 1,700 people watching on YouTube, and I don't know what's on Twitch. 93. I'll check in with Twitch occasionally, DJ Badhand. But I got a lot of things going on, including casting, plus checking 2 chats, plus switching, plus whatever. You know what I mean. The point being, I think that we're going to see how great dual mode actually is because it creates a varied meta. Because today I think we're going to see a lot of the same things. I think we're going to see a real core focus on the meta. It might, at the end of the day, honestly, we might see it feel kind of stale being so used to dual mode and so much variety. There's also no bans in this format, right? So if King of the Hill in this format had a ban card for each team, maybe that would vary up the meta a little bit, or if we were doing the Masters version of dual mode. But I'm very curious to see at the end of the day how variable this meta actually ends up being as we go through it all. Mother Witch doing a good job for Seeok so far, putting a lot of pressure in the opposite direction. Currently does have the lead in that left-hand lane, not by a ton, by 254 plus log damage. Now 196 the difference in the left-hand side. And Samuel going with the low Inferno directly in front of tower there. And Valks to the opposite lane. That's a fascinating play. Does end up now putting more damage into the right-hand side. I know there's some top players both in the chat on YouTube and on Twitch, if anyone has an idea as to the concept behind that play. Now we see a more traditional placement for the Inferno Tower. Royal goes to the left-hand side, Miner to the right-hand, does go to the back. Inferno Tower placed offset to the left. Pigs down. Final 40 seconds, lead still in the hands of the Turkish Star. Inferno Tower gets a bit more sizzle here. 1397 to 1575 crosswise, 30 seconds left. Miner plus Poison, maybe thinking the gang, but the gang came at the bridge instead. Poison did need the poison. Log will take care of the gang, but Piggy's on the right-hand side. And just like that, the lead, after being slowly for Samuel for a moment, does run right back to Seeok. Guards high, 10 seconds left. Or 11 seconds at the time I said it, 10 seconds left. Miner has to come in. Gonna need to get the Inferno Tower to stop these, and he does. 721, arrows should be enough, and that's GG. That's well played. And we're going to game number 5 here, folks. So, Gamer Arena, aka Team Turkey, is taking this very stacked SK Gaming lineup to game number 5 in the opening set on the day. And you know what? That's what you want to see. You want to see some big back and forth battles. You want to see those fights going on. So I'm absolutely loving it. This is a blast. So game number 5, I believe, is going to be OP Sam up against, OP Sam against Seeok. This will be fascinating. Remember, this is sort of a league, though. There's we're going to have some standings going on there. They haven't given us the exact format to put on screen yet, but I'll get it for you. Really want to see the standings. Well, I'll show you the standings right now. There you go. Give some love to Twitch chat, by the way. Here's the standings. This is the first match, so there are no standings. You know what I mean? Match number 1. No one's won a match yet, so we do not have standings yet, but we do have game number 5 here in our opening set. Let's jump right to it. And again, they'll get that image will update in a moment. Pulsar on Twitch asking, what do I think about the Monk? I don't know yet. I don't think that ability will be as OP as people think it's going to be. I haven't play tested it yet, but I remember in conversations about it that I don't think it's as reactive. You have to pronounce the K of just Seeok. Just Seeok, but there's no K. I've never heard anyone say his name out loud. I don't have to pronounce the K of his name. I have no idea. I don't think that the reaction will be as fast as people are expecting right now. So I don't know if you're able to play it reactive necessarily. Mo will be playing today to answer Ranjith's question over on YouTube. Mortar Miner, the Minion Horde is a fascinating card in this context, and so far we've been seeing very little Fireball. I don't think we've seen any Fireball yet today, have we? So with that in mind, we have seen lots of arrows. I always thought Seeok was pronounced C-O-K, but I guess not pronounce the K here. If someone speaks both Turkish and English, if you could weigh in on the pronunciation there, that'd be phenomenal. Ghost will get one shot on the right-hand side. No, Log cleans it up instead. Zappy split for Sam, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. For those of you who don't know, C-O or C-O-K or Seeok, I don't know, C. C-O. Personal best on ladder, 83-31, although ladder's about to change like crazy. We can talk about that a little bit more later. And has played a little bit of competitive, not a ton, mostly a YouTube content creator, part of his popularity. Miner to the middle there, doesn't pull, and you see what CO was going for. He was trying to pull the giant Seeok into the middle and make room for that cannon cart on the right-hand side to slide into that. I don't think that would have had the effect he wanted it. It's Seeok, not C-O-K. No, it's like one big, I think that's right. Minion Horde takes care, and look at that. High Miner does pull this time does pull the giant skeleton to that lane to the left-hand side. Not too much effect, right? So you see what Seok's trying to do with the Miner. He's not getting the effect he's going for. Chestnut saying he just sniped the fish boy. Yeah, but sniping the fish boy, what was the purpose of sniping the fish boy in that context? What was he going to do? These are not the only 2 teams that compete today. There's going to be, I think, 4 or 5 matches today. We'll be here for a while, squad. Fireball to the middle, and there we go. I think that's the first, I mean, we played it earlier, but I think that's the first Fireball in deck today. Oh, and he's saying he was trying to predict, Legrec saying he was trying to predict the Mother Witch there to protect the minion. That makes sense. One Piggy does go snout on the left-hand side. 2178 to 2243. Dual lane pressure here. And that's a nice bit of arrows value for OP Sam. Will he get the damage out of it? Defensive Miner to pull. Tanking for the pig on the right-hand side, so that pig will extend the lead here to 2021. Cannon cart breaks down just outside of range. That would have been a game-changing, maybe a set-winning cannon cart if it had broken down half a tile later. Instead, it stops where it did, and that's probably going to mean GG well played. Yeah, Piggy's just running roughshod on the right-hand side. Royal Ghost in. Defending decently enough, but it's not going to matter. This is game over. Man, and if that cannon cart had hit, that could have been an absolute swing moment. Miner goes to the Mother Witch, but not enough time here to make any real breakthrough. Cannon card at the bridge will get picked up easy. And avoiding the scare here in set number 1 is SK Gaming as xopxsam closes out game number 5. And GG. DJ Badhand saying, oh man, I'm ready. We'll be here for a while. Yes, sir. And again, still no standings yet because that was just set number 1 of our opening match. And I don't have a graphic for what the matchup order is today, but I will tell you. Our first match of the day is the one we're in right now, SK Gaming and Game Arena. Match number 2 will be Chivas with Pompeyo, Anaban, Betfas, and Ardentoas up against Puigins, Esports, Mugi, Lucas, Mohamed, Light, and Alicia. Alicia? Like Silverstone? Tribe Gaming versus Team Liquid, our third match of the day. Greco, Pandora, KK, and Wallace against Vitor, SurgicalGoblin. DiegoB and KaNaRiOoo. And then finally, last matchup of the day, Urban Esports versus Team Queso. Soudy, DOoOM, and MiniMinter and CrisLyan for Urban Esports. CrisLyan. And Team Queso will have Bale, Ruben, IMJP, and Betty. So there we go. Let's see. Question over... Let me go back to this question over here. Where was it? Verdict on the dual modes for CRL. Dual mode is... I think dual mode's the best thing to happen to competitive Clash Royale esports in a long time. It's completely... It makes the matchups so much more interesting. It makes the meta so much more varied. It doesn't require the bans, which I think bans are good for certain modes. For example, 2v2 definitely needs bans. King of the Hill might benefit from bans, although you could do a variation of dual mode instead. But overall, I think that dual mode has been tremendous for the game overall. Especially with non-pre-submitted decks, right? Especially when you're able to reactively play throughout a set. Dual mode is great. Do I have a graphic for how the scoring works? I have not been provided one. Maybe we'll get one for next time. One moment here. Okay, here we go for our second King of the Hill. Remember, the format here is King of the Hill, and if we split those first 2 ones, then we go to a 1v1 duel as our last matchup. The lineups here, SK Gaming is going to have xopxsam, Morten, and Samuel as their lineup, and Gamer Arena will go Furkan, Seeok, and Aslan. So there we go. First match is going to be xopxsam versus Furkan. We'll have that one coming up here in just 1 second. Take a look at the chat here. Who I think will win the Queso Cup? I mean, again, look at the rosters and tell me who you think's gonna win. Why do I always wear glasses? Because they're dope. There you go. I like sunglasses. Also, these lights are bright, so whatever. I just dig them. Kind of my thing. Why does anyone do anything? You know what I mean? Why are we alive? Why are we here, bro? You know what I mean? What's my favorite deck? Anything with Magic Archer and NATO. I just love that combination. Here we go. Game number 1 of our second set. xopxsam and Furkan. Let's go. Thank you, Chicken Studios. I'm your favorite YouTuber and awesome sunglasses. Let's see some more information on the pronunciation as we get into. Oh, look at gang on both sides. Anyone here? How y'all feel about bait these days, folks? As there has been quite a bit about it. Sorry for the confusion. You will pronounce the K, but it's not like an abbreviation, just like Seeok, not C-O-K. Got it. How long will today's event be? Probably a few hours. You know, we're about 30 minutes into the event so far, and if SK wins this set, then the first match would take about 45 minutes or so. If they lose this set, we're going to go over an hour for the first match. So my guess is a total of about 4 hours. Royal Giant can do a lot of work here for Furkan on the right-hand side. Gets that last shot in to get it down to 2015. And no log for Furkan. And so instead, a ton of damage. Gang not able to do it, and that was just a huge swing toward xopxsam. It's more like Seeok Seeok? Doing my best. If someone could send me a recording of how it's pronounced, I'll go ahead and try to get that. Is there a team that will surprise me in the tournament? That's a really great question. Looking at these teams here, I mean, surprise is an interesting question, right? I think that as I'm looking at them, I mean, I wouldn't call it a surprise here, but Tribe Gaming, I think, has a pretty good, fairly powerful roster here with Rico, Pandora, KK, and Wallace. I'm really curious to see how Team Liquid performs. Vitor had a good Worlds run. Surgical almost made it to Worlds, and I think we're going to see a lot more of them in 2023. Diego and KaNaRiOoo are just the X factors. KaNaRiOO's been just doing content creation, and Diego kind of in and out. And I would say that outside of the Mugi, Lucas, Mo team, SK and Tribe are probably the two next best teams. Sam extending his lead right now on the right-hand side, or at least maintaining that lead. 18:08 to 12:15 as we go into sudden death overtime. Just a little touch there on the right-hand side. That's a nice little fireball. Does Furkan have his log back in cycle? And he does. That was a nice sequence there overall for the Turkish player. He's been he's been holding nicely ever since getting caught flat-footed. Without log and cycle early on. He's been doing okay since then. Sir Parham saying it's kind of frustrating the same Fisherman Zappies deck over it. This is the argument for dual mode. 100% the argument for dual mode. And I don't think bans are the answer. I think duels are the answer. Bans could be applicable in King of the Hill, but I think, like I said before, Masters dual mode is better. Dark Goblin on the left-hand side. And that's good timing from Sam. Fireball spent on defense does get the elixir back a little bit more even and allows a little bit of chip down the left-hand side for Sam. He does want to keep the fireballs off his right-hand tower as we get in the final 30. And he needs to get back to he needs to keep on just going crazy with barrels right now to keep those Dark Goblins off, those fireballs off the right-hand side. But log back to Furkan anyway. Not going to be able to stop this game from killing his Royal Giant though. And now the Rocket Cycle comes in, log at the bridge, that's a GG, very nicely done. And all this comes down to that first big Goblin play, or Goblin barrel play against the log. That was absolutely massive. It might have been 916, it might have been about, I need to start trying to get my replays working again. That might have been that 966 in damage that we saw. And just like that, game number 1 back to SK Gaming. 2 more games to win the match overall. And just catching up with chat here for a moment. Let's see. I answered a couple of these. A lot of Furkan fans I can see on both our YouTube and our Twitch chat. Next match coming up will be xopxsam against Seeok. What do I think of the Monk? Yet to be seen. Reese coming out saying, loving the Run the Jewels print. Yes, thank you very much. Actually, it's reflecting a bit too much, so that's the box that this Run the Jewels, these action figures. There's Mike, and there's, I think that's, is that right? No, it's got to be the other way around. Oh yeah, it's Mike in the colorful one. So there's Killer Mike, and there's LP. I need to change the reflection there. Let's go ahead and jump into our next game. xopxsam versus Seeok. And yes, all the Puigins will play today. They are our next match. So if you want to see Mugi and Lucas and Mo, coming up very soon here, folks. And by the way, if you are watching on YouTube, I see about 2,000 of you right now. If you are watching on YouTube right now, go ahead and give us a subscribe. We're trying to push for 100K this year. I had to take a break for a little bit of a break from stuff on the channel for some work stuff and for World Finals. But we're going to be doing a lot more here as we go to the end of the year, including this event you're watching right now. DJ Banhand, the legendary Phoenix with its respawn sound potentially broken. If you protect them well and get multiple on the field. Potentially. We'll see how it turns out. I would love to see the stats at the end of this competition. At the end of day one of this competition on cards and how often they're played. Right? Like, we haven't seen much in the way of any Golden Knight. We've pretty much been seeing Fisherman or Skeleton King, Archer Queen, and a little bit of the Mighty Miner. But what you see in the game right now, we've seen a ton of. Log all the time. How does it work with teams? You can see on the right-hand side, the team competition is 2 King of the Hills, and if they're tied after 2 King of the Hills, then a 1v1 dual mode tiebreaker. Mortar down low. I don't know if that fish will accomplish... It will get 2 shots, 1 shot. No, Log will take it down to 1. Almost prevented all the RG shots there, and now a nice Giant Skeleton plus Archer Queen push the opposite direction. And Miner to tank for the Archer Queen. Forces out the Skeleton King high. Mortar, Log, Ice Spirit, Guards is going to make this really hard for this Royal Giant. Especially playing Fireball and no phenomenal target for the Fireball. This is one of those matchups that if the 2 players are like okay players, I think the Royal Giant wins this a lot, and if they're good players, I think the Miner Mortar wins this almost every time. I don't know if anyone in the chat has matchup opinions here, but that's kind of how I think it. If you're at 5,000 trophies, RG probably wins this all the time, just by not knowing how to play it. And if you're at 8,000 plus trophies, Mortar Miner wins it every single time. Or what, 80-20? Logs it back. Is he back to Mortar number 2? And Ice Spirit, this, and there he is, back to Mortar number 2. But now RG number 2. Guards high. Ice Spirit should be in here to help. Miner goes right to that Mother Witch. Ice Spirit slows it down. No damage from the RG. DJ Badhand saying first airborne melee, right? No, Mega Minion. Mega Minion is an airborne melee card. Isn't that right? I don't think Mega Minion's shooting. I think Minions kind of throw their little black sludge, their Dark Elixir, whatever it is. Minions are technically ranged, I believe, by a tiny margin. I think it's Mega Minion that's right there. And RG does connect on the right-hand side, and for a lot. For quite a lot here. Feels like maybe Sam didn't get enough damage early here. And with 30 seconds left, this is kind of dangerous. If there's any pros in the chat who says I got that matchup totally wrong, let me know. Has to Miner on tower. 18 seconds left. Needs to make sure the Fish Boy is distracted when the Miner goes in. Mortar down low. Giant Skeleton gets pulled in. Does the Giant Skeleton die on tower? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. Miner not going to do enough in time. And wow. Good win there for Seeok. Furkan has said these matchups are good for RG. Interesting with the Fireball there. Maybe because it helps the cycle a little bit. GG, well played. So all tied up here in set number 2. Next matchup is going to be Morten versus Seeok. So Morten making his debut on the day. I think Predictive Log would have done it from Abood. Well, no chance there now. How does King of the Hill work? Oh, that's a good question here, says Kainteen Red. I haven't seen this mode before. That's a really good question. King of the Hill was always in CRL for teams. So 2018, 2019, 2020, we played King of the Hill a lot. So here's how King of the Hill works. Each team puts out 3 players, and each player has just 1 life. So in match number 1, one of those 2 gets eliminated, and then match number 2, let's say this guy wins again against this guy. Boom. But then now this guy, the last guy, he takes out this guy. Then he takes out this guy, and now it's down to the final one. You get what I mean. So basically, it's the first team to eliminate the 3 players on the other side. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3 here. So as you can see, the first player on SK Gaming was xopxsam. He took out Furkan, who was the first player for Gamer Arena. And then xopxsam took on Seeok, who took out Sam. And now we're down to 1 player out for each side. Now we're down to 2 players left on each team. So if Morten can win the next 2, game over, SK wins. If Seeok wins the next 2, set over, and they go to the final set, the 1v1. But also we could have one of them each win 1, lose 1, and then we're down to a game number 5. KaNaRiOoo push back a little bit here. Is Queso Cup sponsored by Clash Royale? I believe that Clash Royale has added some of the prize pool to it, but not sure if full-on sponsored is the term. All cards are level 11 mastery. Good question there, Ryan. So for those of you who are not familiar with competitive Clash Royale, competitive matches are always played at tournament standard or friendly battle mode, which is level 11. So just like when you do a classic challenge or a grand challenge or play a friendly battle, every competitive match is played at level 11. So this will be an interesting matchup between these 2. Queen on both sides. We don't for sure know the spell from Morten yet. Probably poison, but he could have gone for a swerve of some sort. And nice sequence there out of our 2nd place finisher this year at World Finals with the skeleton, the giant skeleton to control the mortar, and then the defensive mortar to pick up. That KaNaRiOoo will die at the bridge, and now Morten with 4-ish on the board, with the Archer Queen having taken 1 nice little hit. But a great prediction, Skeletons. The mortar comes out high to stop the Archer Queen from connecting. But that gives a nice little elixir advantage, I think, to Morten to set up this next sequence. Great prediction on the Skeletons. Forces out action. And now Morten going to pressure some more. Miner does get on the tower on the left-hand side, down to under 2,000 HP. KaNaRiOoo will go down at the bridge here as the giant skeleton takes care of business. See if my replay buffer, if I can get those skeletons back up. That prediction, I don't know if I can grab it. But now that puts Seeok on the defensive the whole way through. Log does not reset the miner. Oh, did it reset the miner? Might have. I think the log just kept the miner still on the tower. A nice little shot there as Seeok gets the connection with the mortar on the right-hand side. Morten going to control with the Ice Spirit opposite lane. And now defensive mortar. This is an interesting play. You see the nice little skeletons play there in the middle out of Seeok as well. And this should be enough to get him back in the mix. And just like that, the lead does go to Seeok. Ooh, and that was not the connection that Morten wanted there. 1060 to 1507. Pre-poison. Miner to the outside. Miner does get on tower. Miner opposite direction here for Seeok plus poison as well. Skeletons plus guards to pick up. Now under 900 on the right-hand side here in triple elixir. And the Ice Spirit up front, that might, no, does get back. Poison will take the lead for Seeok. Log poison both sides, has to control the mortar and does. 438 to 595. This should be a win for Seeok minus a phenomenal prediction or something crazy here in the opposite direction. Guards take care of business. Miner down one more time and nothing to catch it. No, mortar, oh, 23 HP. Seeok holds on. G to the G, well to the plate. What a crazy finish here. I thought that mortar might do enough to hold on. Doesn't get it done, though. And there you have it. Let me go ahead and see if I can get the get a replay going here. Let me go ahead and jump. I don't know which replay this one is, but we'll go ahead and we will play it here. And this might and the Ice Spirit up front, that might, no, does get back. Was that the prediction earlier? Poison will take the lead. Or is this the ending? Here we go. I believe that's the poison both sides. Has to control the mortar and does. 438 to 595. This should be a win for Seeok. And Miner comes into the front. Phenomenal nice Ice Spirit to kind of here in the opposite direction. Guards take care of business. But you see at this point, down Miner so down low. One more time and down to 10 HP and nothing matter. There was one more tick of the poison. But take a look up there with that 23 HP. I think the Miner might be in the process. Let me try to get there. I think that Miner might catch it. No, mortar. Oh no, it wasn't as close as I thought. Very, very close overall. 23 HP is certainly a close finish, but man, that was a lot of fun. That's what you want to see, right? And now, hey, the Turkish fans excited as we're going to see Samuel Bassotto come out as the last man for Seeok, or last man for SK Gaming here against Seeok. Can the biggest content creator in Turkey come through with a big one today? Great if we could see all the limited players in matches. Yeah, that would be. We don't have all that set up for this one. I don't know if we're going to. Obviously, I'm not in charge of all this stuff. I'm just casting. Production all being done by the phenomenal team over at Queso. And game number 4 coming up here in just a moment. And here we go. Let's jump into our gameplay. I should mute my replays so there's no overlap in my voice. Oh, those replays weren't muted. Got it. I'm going to go ahead and go into studio mode and make sure those replays are muted. You know, I don't know how to... I'll have to check that. I didn't set that up beforehand. But good call out there. I'll try to make that happen. I did not know those replays were playing audio. Does this mean Team CRL is back this year? No, it does not. Update's pretty good. I like it. So first drill on the day, I believe. Drill bomb tower. And there's, is that our first Golden Knight too? It feels like it. What's opinion on TV Royale today? It was great. What a phenomenal TV Royale. Oh, is the replay? I'm gonna have to do some in between matches. I'll try to get that replay stuff sorted out a little bit because I did not prepare for replay today. It was kind of a last thing. How many days of the Queso Cup? The Queso Cup finals will be on the 12th and 13th of November. So there you go. Ghost does sneak on through. Gonna have to just eat that damage. No, decides to NATO. Okay, decides to NATO instead. Does prevent the Royal Giant damage. The name of Team Mo is Puigins Esports, I believe. And Mo's team is playing next match against Chivas. But right now, let's focus on this one. This is feeling rough here for Sam. He drills, and I think we're going to see more defensive drills. And that's a nice log out of Seeok. NATO, oh, that Golden Knight should have gone to the RG there, I feel like. I think that was close enough. But man, the elixir advantage is so heavily for Seeok right now. Sam doing his best to defend here. He's not going to get back to much, though. NATO pulls back. He should get skeletons down, I think, here. No log and cycle. Goes with the Ice Spirit. Golden Knight. Should it prevent both? And it does. No shots in from the Royal Giant. 1878. So far, Seeok pitching a near shutout, and that Hunter just evaporates. Absolutely evaporates that Golden Knight at the bridge. Lightning in, and this just feels like GG. Yeah, that feels like GG. It's not quite yet. Nice little prediction attempt there with the skeletons, or with the log, 4 skeletons, or the Ice Spirit. Sam goes to the inside here. Gonna have to NATO this. No, decides to skeletons it. Ice Spirit, log, trying not to spend the NATO, but I think that NATO might have been necessary there because he's trying to get a NATO Golden Knight connection. That's why. Golden Knight to go to the right-hand side. Lots of damage. Hunter, though, picks things up and pulls the damage off. This is just a tough matchup, but also perfectly played. Seok's playing some great Clash Royale today. Gotta be, ooh, and not quite fast enough with the NATO. All right, so now it all comes down to the third and final player for this squad. Oh no, that was it. Never mind. That is the end of set number 2. So we're going to a set number 3. Ooh boy. Gamer Arena takes set number 2, and we're all tied up going to our final, a best of 3 duel mode. Ooh boy. All right. Who comes out for... Okay, your predictions right now. Who comes out for SK Gaming in the final set? Who comes out for Gamer Arena? Let's hear what you got. What's the prize pool? I believe it is going to be 50K. Let's see. I've seen predictions for Morten and Seeok, Morten and Aslan. A lot of people in the YouTube chat. Most people are calling for Morten versus Seeok. We'll see. Goat and Aslan says Knight CR. Hold on, I'm just going to wait for the confirmation here. People are asking, oh, hey, Mikey coming in. Hey, Mikey, thank you so much. Always love your support. Mikey's a OG powerlifter. He lifts like 600 pounds or something crazy like that. So shout out to Mikey with the $7 Canadian super chat. Loving it. Oh my gosh, I think this... I'm waiting for confirmation before I say anything. But I think you're all going to be very surprised by the final here. Now, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to check the replay volume here in 1 second. So cover your ears for just a moment. And that's what I'll do. Boom. Okay, I muted the replay volume. And now we can, now replay should be okay next time we do it. All right, here we go. It's a dual mode best of 3, Airsurfer versus Furkan. Airsurfer versus Furkan. Team CRL is not back this year, as far as I've been told. So there we go. Is Riley playing in this tournament? No. I'm pretty sure we're going to see very little of Riley in competitive. I think it's going to focus on just crushing whatever form ladder is and making YouTube videos. That's the impression I've gotten so far. We'll see if he does if he does more competitive. But he's not playing in this tournament. How many games does each team have to play? Yeah, so this is dual mode, as in no repeat cards. So we're gonna see. I think we'll see a much more varied game here, especially if we go to game number 3. Why Airsurfer instead of Morten? Not entirely sure. Really not entirely sure here. Favorite deck and card. Favorite card is always Ice Golem, but really the Magic Archer is what I play. I play Magic Archer in almost every deck. But yeah, anything with March or NATO. Airsurfer and Furkan coming up here in just 1 moment. Where do I live? I live in Texas. Yeehaw. Longhorn football today in the afternoon. Can't wait for it. Our quarterback right now is maybe the future for real. Very exciting. Rich, why are you so charming? It's all put on. I'm actually really mean and unlikable, but I just put it on for you guys. Man, 1 minute to request. Let's see what Airsurfer comes out with. Remember, this is dual mode. So for those of you who don't know dual mode, it's you cannot repeat any cards throughout the best of 3. So if you play, let's say, Magic Archer NATO in game number 1, no, not allowed for game number 2 or game number 3. Real Madrid or Barcelona? Celtic? So we're already seeing something interesting here. I mean, we saw 0 Hog previously, but something like Hog, which isn't super popular competitively, when you don't have dual mode, the first thing we see here is something we didn't see in the previous 10 games. Is Ian77 playing? As long as I'm pretty sure he's not. I didn't see him on any rosters. Hog with Mighty Miner. Hog Mighty Miner. Okay, color me surprised. And Bomb Tower. Hog Mighty Miner Bomb Tower from Airsurfer. Fascinating. Give me 1 second here, folks. Just checking on something. Fake saying Ian77 in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and yeah, I think some of that's happening today as well. Hog to the right-hand side, Mortar High does not pull, should result in 2 shots. No, the Ice Spirit stops the second shot from happening. So 1 shot in for Airsurfer as he sets up the Musketeer to the right-hand lane. Hog again, trying to predict Skellies or Ice Spirit there. Mortar to the middle does get 1 shot off. So now it's Furkan with pretty good damage in both lanes for the moment. 22-14 to 25-04. And now switching lanes is Airsurfer. Mortar to the middle, Miner goes right to the Musketeer. And this will make a nice little counter push to the right-hand side. Hog does not connect. Log getting good value there on the left-hand side with the Hog plus the guards. Good little Hog dance there with the Valkyrie. Guards have to come out to prevent the shot, but now we are pretty close together. Miner into the left-hand side, and an attempt to pick up with the Mighty Miner does not succeed, but Log will make enough room for the Mighty Miner to prevent clean shots. 1,700 on the left-hand side, Hog down. And this is really just solid defense from Furkan overall, and the tools he has at his disposal between the fast cycle here with the Mortar, the Log, and the Ice Spirit. The question is, can he get back to enough good defense here again to prevent this shot? The Ice Spirit not there in time, so the shot does come in 18-14 to 16-42. As now Airsurfer cycles the Musketeer to the opposite side. Miner goes to the front. The guards don't get the pickup. Plenty of poison value here for Furkan. That Musketeer just maybe trying to force out a response on that right-hand side. And Hog plus EQ on the left-hand lane, but Hog does not connect. Musketeer high this time. The Valk does go to the right-hand side. Maybe that's what Airsurfer was trying to go for. 45 seconds left here. EQ to the left-hand lane, Miner to the back, Musketeer working. Final 37 seconds left. It does feel like Furkan has game number 1 pretty well locked up. It would take just a big mistake, and that might be the mistake. Hog sneaks on through. How many shots will it get? Only going to get maybe 2 here, and now goes opposite side. Mortar does get played, and the EQ not in the right spot, and Furkan calling good game. That was the last gasp of a desperate Hog player. And that's going to be a GG here. This Hog's not going to get those shots. No, and the Archer Queen goes opposite lane. Takes care of business. Takes care of business. Game number 1. And now It's Gamer Arena 1 game away from taking out SK Gaming in our opening match of the competition. It would not be an elimination, guys. This is a multi-week event, so they will be playing through multiple days of competition. So, hold on just 1 second, folks. Slayton Jr. is trying to pop on in here. Give me just 1 moment. All right, now I'm back. I had a 4-year-old trying to climb into my lap, but we have now solved that. We've solved that one, and we'll be playing a lot more later today. Man, so let's see. Taking a look at the chat. Positive saying Texas is really big. You from El Paso, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, or Corpus Christi? None of those places. I live in Austin, Texas. All right, here we go. Game number 2. Can Furkan close things out and get the upset here in our opening match of the competition, or will Airsurfer send us to a best of 1 for the not for the championship, best of 1 for our opening match? And here we go, game number 2. Oh, and I just dropped something. There we go. Tombstone out from Airsurfer. Furkan going to the Ghost. So Airsurfer looking like RG here in our second game. Probably going to be Ram Rider for Furkan. And that's a lot of damage on the right-hand side early. Things looking real dire right now for SK Gaming. Things looking real rough for SK here in the opening. Musketeer to the right-hand side. 1164. So how does Airsurfer come back here? That Mega Knight going to create a bunch of annoying problems up front, and you're going to see here Ram Rider going to be able to sneak up through pretty heavily. She will connect, and what an E-Spirit. What an E-Spirit. Wow. And you don't want to call it over until it's over. And with this Skeleton King ability, Zap clears everything out. But still, a lot of damage on the left-hand side. Mega Knight has to come out. You don't want to call it over. It certainly feels over. But now with Mega Knight not supporting this next push, Lightning gets the Mother Witch off the board. And now slight elixir advantage going in the opposite direction here for Airsurfer. The Electro Spirit has been the MVP so far for Furkan. Ghost goes across the bridge to the Mother Witch. Fishboy to pull the Mega Knight away. And that's going to be a lot of damage on that left-hand tower. The Pig was tanking for a moment, or was getting tanked for a moment, but then the Skeleton King does go down. After the initial onslaught, this has been a good second portion of the game here for Airsurfer. He has to force this fight over here as much as possible. And now the question is, will there be enough to control this Ram Rider? The Lightning High, not the best Lightning out of Furkan here. Really not the best Lightning. And now Piggy gets a little bit here. RG into the right-hand lane. So dual lane pressure right now for Airsurfer. And oh my word. Oh my word. Are you kidding me? What a battle back. What a battle back from Airsurfer You love to see it. A brilliant, brilliant performance here by the guy for SK Gaming, and we're going to be going to a game number 3 here in just one moment. Absolute wow. Deserved wow here. Let's go ahead and check out the replay as we watch some of the end here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So check this out. Ram Rider controlled nicely. This lightning. I just don't get this lightning. Look at that. Look at that. Look at what that lightning's on. That lightning's on nothing. That lightning's on nada. And just like that, a lot of pressure at the bridge, and Airsurfer gets smart here. That dual lane pressure, forcing out the ghost on that right-hand side, and that's just a GG. That's just absolutely brutal. But it all comes back to what was a really ill-advised lightning there at the bridge. That lightning is just, I think that, I mean, he was trying to get the tombstone off early, but instead I think the tombstone popped before he lightning. Let me go back to that replay one more time. I think the tombstone pops before he hits the lightning. So we'll go back and look at this one more time here, folks. I need to have a replay. I need to put a replay button here. Okay, so here comes the Ram Rider in on the right-hand side. The tombstone up high. Ram Rider connects, yeah, and then he lightnings skeletons. And I don't know if you guys know this, guys, but lightning on skeletons, not ideal. Not really what you're going for. The value there, just not quite what you're hoping to get out of a lightning. So, yeah, that was a lot. Let me see. Let me just go ahead and get a replay indicator that I didn't have before. Let's see if I can find something that says replay somewhere in my somewhere on my computer. Still waiting for the next game to start. Maybe it's in here. 30 seconds to request. Let me see. Do I have a replay icon somewhere? I swear that I did, but I'm not finding it. So if I don't see it here in a second, then oh well. Well, I'll just put the word replay on screen. Give me a minute. Let me just add some text. Replay. There we go. Now let's write the word replay. All right, here we go. Our next game is about to start. Give me 1 second here. Just trying to get something sorted. Great. Okay. Great. Let me make that a little bit smaller. And here we go. Our final game of the match, folks. Let's go. Furkan and Airsurfer. Winner wins the first match of the Queso Cup Teams Edition. Again, no teams eliminated. This is a multi-week tournament, multi-week event. Rich, he missed that he meant to zap, says Knight CR. You think he meant to zap that? Like just meant to zap the skeletons so that the Ram Rider would escape? Or did he mean to lightning the tombstone and was a little bit late? Is he streaming right now? Is that what's happening? Maybe he tried to predict the zappies? Yeah, but the zappies wouldn't be played up that high. Maybe he played a little bit lower so it doesn't run away. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, that sequence did not go well for him. And now we're here in game number 3. Skeleton King, RG. An interesting choice here from Airsurfer going bowler GY. I think, did Furkan play Poison in game number 1? Let me go take a look at that information. And nice control. Fireball splits that up a little bit. I think that was getting the zappies out of the way. And now Graveyard in. Inferno Dragon taking for the Graveyard for a minute. There should be enough here. And there goes the freeze. There goes the freeze. Going to be some damage, not a ton. Mother Witch, Zappies, and the... Mother Witch, Skeleton King, Zappies, and the Barb Barrel are going to be pretty annoying for these graveyard players. And RG gets 1. Look for the NATO Bowler combination and the NATO Freeze combination as we get later in. The hard part is you want to save the NATO to deal with these Royal Giants and pull them back away from damage. And there you see it right there. Fireball makes a little bit of room. That's going to be 1 RG shot. And Baby Dragon escapes. That's a big Baby Dragon here for Airsurfer. Zappies do retarget. Does he Golden Knight early? He does not. Golden Knight will protect for the Inferno Dragon and Baby Dragon. So 2 protections there for the Inferno. But not gonna do enough. And a nice E-Wiz out of Airsurfer. This is probably GG here already with that 333 on the right-hand side, but we said that earlier. And Airsurfer is going to put pressure at the bridge here and try to make sure that fireballs aren't worth spending on that tower. Maybe try to force out a mistake here from his opponent. Inferno Dragon staying up. And does it connect? No. Barb Barrel stops it. Does it turn around here? Not in time. Here we are getting a triple elixir. Furkan only has Fireball for direct tower damage. The NATO comes in. Does the Golden Knight dash get there? Does it get to the tower? And it doesn't. It doesn't. That's massive. Bowler down at the bridge, plus Baby Dragon. Fish Boy to pull in. Zappies do stop it. Zappies out of cycle here for the moment. Barb Barrel gets them back in cycle. Now there goes the Fireball. 1 Fireball away is Furkan from winning game number 1 here for Gamer Arena. Time ticking away for Airsurfer, and that should be 1-0. There you go. Fireball in. GG, well played. And oh my word, the crazy upset here in game number 1, or our match number 1. Gamer Arena taking out SK Gaming in the opening match of the tournament. Down, but not taking down, not taking out. Unbelievable. What a performance overall for this squad. We don't have our points updated yet. We'll see when that update comes in. So I'll keep an eye on when that point update does come in here in just a minute. What a play, though. Nice work overall. I mean, that was exactly what you're hoping for if you are a fan of this squad. Serona saying, I think Gamer Arena is an underrated team. They are so good. Well, they definitely showed some skills here today. Furkan played 3 spirits in this duel. Yeah, he played 3 different spirits, right? I'm assuming. Let me double check, make sure he didn't repeat any spirits. Right? Gotta make sure you don't repeat anything. Let's see if this is updated yet. There you go, Gamer Arena with 2 points, and SK Gaming with 1. Ah, that makes some more sense. Points based on how many sets that you win. So a 2-0 sweep, I think, might have been a 3-point win. I don't know the exact rules there. And we're getting ready for our next matchup in just a moment. I'll keep an eye on when that one gets started. We're getting everybody ready. What a performance overall. Guys, this has been great so far. Next matchup, so I know the Turkish fans probably super excited right now to see Furkan, Seeok, and Aslan take a big win over SK Gaming. Of course, again, one more time you can see that's the points. So right now, even a 2-1 loss isn't the end of the world. You still get that 1 point. Pretty big overall. Ujwal saying Golden Knight did not want to win this match. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Dude, I feel you on that one. It felt like Golden Knight did not want to get on that tower. So very, very well played. We will be seeing, of course, more of SK Gaming, more of Gamer Arena. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. But coming up next, folks, Chivas against Puigins. Pompeyo, Anaban, Betfas, and Ardentoas facing off against Mugi, Lucas, Mohamed Light, and Alicia. So that's one heck of a matchup. You can see why I'm excited to cast this event. And I see the Turkish fans celebrating pretty heavily in both the Twitch and YouTube chat. And we're getting the rosters all ready here for our set number 1 of our next matchup. If Chivas wins... Oh, wait, I did not want to put that on screen. Well, that was fun. Let's go Gamer Arena, says Blaze. Knight saying Anaban will snipe everyone with his decks. Is Mo's team just unfair? What's unfair? You know, like, they make a team. Is what it is. Congratulations to Game... Oh, Killua saying congratulations to Gamer Arena for the win. All right, so here are our lineups for our for the first King of the Hill set. Chivas is going to be running Pompeyo, Anaban, and Betfas as their lineup, and then Puigins going Mugi, Lucas, and Mo Light. So there we go. First matchup's going to be Pompeyo versus Mugi. Let's go. That's going to be a lot of fun. That team looks OP, not going to lie. Yep, absolutely. And here we go. Game number 1, Pompeyo versus Mugi. Let's go. Grimmer, I love the mini disc golf basket in the background. Yeah, I was going to play today, and then I forgot that the tournament kicked off today. I just got this new Firebird, a Nate Sexton, that I'm really excited to play. And I've only played it one round so far. Cannot wait to get it out on the course. Mugi also, as some of you might know, coming off a really nice season in CRL. And man, the finals at Worlds this year, the top, whatever it was, top 6 was amazing. Mugi with a number 4 finish. His match against Morten was so fun to watch. One of the best matches I've ever watched. Might have to do a breakdown of it at some point. It was an absolute thriller there. And Mugi looking like it's GY. Bowler GY really does seem to be the graveyard meta in competitive. And here we go. Really aggressive push. And that's with the... Ooh, interesting lightning here. That lightning's not a great sign for Pompeyo. E-Spirit cleans up a lot of skeletons. That's going to be some real damage, though. Going to give a slight little... The 2022 Nate Sexton Firebirds are beautiful, says Chestnut. Yeah, I need to see which year mine... I can't remember if mine's 22 or 21. You know what? I'll grab it in a minute, and I'll show you guys which one it is. It just came. And then I have another disc coming today that I'm really excited about. Oh, what did I order? It's super overstable. Whatever. We'll talk about that in the break. Oh yeah, scores do need to get reset. I'll flag that with League Ops. And that's gonna... Oh yeah, good NATO. Good NATO. Good timing to make sure that does get off the tower. Now setting up in that right-hand lane one more time is Mugi. That's not going to be close enough to activate. So right idea from Pompeyo, just not quite the execution he was looking for. That would have been a big-time activation. Of course, it is Graveyard Freeze, so not as impactful as it might be against other Graveyard decks, but it would force that freeze to the inside most of the time rather than to wherever Mugi wants it. That's a good lightning. That's a good lightning. Hunter should get that off the board, and it does. Hunter Fishboy was such a popular combination with RG for such a long time, making a bit of a comeback now. There have been a lot of other cards besides Hunter in the mix, and that's a nice defensive freeze there to control everything. That's going to leave a good elixir advantage here for Mugi as we go into sudden death overtime. Decides to set up in that same lane one more time. Judith with the $2 super chat. I love Anaban. He snipes in a comp game. Imagine he snipes in a comp game. Oh, he will. We'll try. And opposite lane pressure now for Pompeyo. Again, lightning starting to work here. It's just so hard between Ice Wizard and NATO. And interesting that lightnings are... Never mind. My brain shorted out for a second. The Ice Wiz and NATO just make it so hard, plus the Inferno Dragon, to get through. The E-Wiz slow down as well. Just the control you can put on a Royal Giant is really, really difficult. Still, we're not that far separated with 53 seconds left. 2370 plus log damage, 2312 to 2094. Probably NATO's this back. Yep, there you go. And this will be... Wow, has a defensive freeze. And back to another Inferno Dragon. The log plus lightning makes this interesting. Now, oh, but then the Golden Knight connects. Log has to come out on defense. E-Spirit to help. And just like that, game gets locked down. Game gets absolutely locked down. That sequence sealed it. Log plus lightning, as I was about to say, made this interesting. Does the RG connect? No. NATO pulls it back. E-Wiz to stop. Is the E-Wiz going to stop this? That doesn't matter anyway. RG connects, freeze to stop. And that, again, if that Golden Knight doesn't connect, that might have been a win for Pompeyo there at the end. Or, I mean, look at that. One RG shot would have been the difference. One RG shot would have been everything. And that's the end of game number 1. Mugi taking out Pompeyo. So next up is going to be Anaban. Mugi versus Anaban coming up next. Let's see. Imagine Betfas playing 3.0. Yeah, imagine what kind of decision that would be. Let's see. Pose a tip saying, Pompeyo so humble, I love Mugi, but I hope Pompeyo gets W. Well, he didn't. What a game by Mugi the GOAT. Yep, I agree. Prudvi saying, like I said, Mugi and Freeze is unstoppable in tournaments. Yeah, I mean, that's Bowler Loon Freeze is what won him the championship in CRL 2021. And of course, Graveyard Bowler Graveyard Freeze is what won the championship for Mo in 22. Have I played Marvel Snap? Yeah, I'm actually playing a lot of it. It's it's what I play when I start tilting in CR, and it's a whole lot of fun. I don't think it has the same anywhere near the same depth, but it's a fun little distraction, for sure. All right, here we go. Anaban, the most controversial player in Clash Royale. Is that fair to say? Most controversial? Is Sweep in this tournament? No. Sweep, who I called the most enigmatic. And Anaban going Golem against this, what's probably Mortar Miner deck out of Mugi. And Lightning, not going to do quite what he wanted. Good timing with the Valve. Rich Bro, please shout out. Shout out. So up 2 in the chamber plus the 4 for the Valk, and a nice graveyard push here. Oh, graveyard. Keep on forgetting that we're not in duel mode. And those arrows are going to make clear a lot here. And Queen hasn't used her ability yet, I believe, right? There you go, Queen ability, and that's tower shredded. What happened to your tower, dude? Oh, it's gone. Got it. That happens. Oof. Man, you blink and then you're like, I have 2 towers, and then suddenly you have 1. Fireball, I mean, the fire spitting of the Baby Dragon on the left-hand side, though. Taking advantage of the low elixir. Not going to get that tower down, but 436. Definitely in trouble. And Golem to control Mortar plus put pressure on that right-hand side. Mortar not going to be available to control here once the Mortar does get through. So that's pretty much tower down on the left-hand side. How does Mugi choose to handle this? He's going to prevent it from turning into more as he sets up Cannon Cart, so not give up damage on King Tower now. And this is also nice for the Cannon Carts. This Cannon Cart's going to sit here and just go to work and build up a nice counter push for Mugi. And this is a lot in the opposite direction. NATO to pull back. We'll keep the cannon cart from getting on tower here. Oh, cannon cart's still on its wheels for just a second. No, it does finally go down, but Mortar controlled by the tombstone. So nice play here by Anaban. And right now it's all just spell damage with the arrows plus fireball for Mugi on the right-hand side. High Queen. Just keep it, not wanting to give lightning value to the tower. That's why you're seeing that Queen up so high. And happy to play Zappies back there because who cares? That's going to be the interesting goal here for Mugi, is how did he defend while not giving lightning value? And Mortar high. This Mortar might... No, Tombstone does pull. And there's some light. This might be lightning time for Anaban. He was so low, decided not to. And so has to fight the cannon cart at the bridge instead. Bats doing their job. Now again, high, and that's to be a cannon cart. No! Doesn't connect, but will turn the golem back around. This is fascinating because, you know, Mugi's not one to make a whole lot of mistakes, but this is the situation where one mistake suddenly swings this whole game towards Anaban. The way he's spreading stuff out to prevent that lightning value, though, is really nice here. And now Anaban's setting up that tombstone in the stop your mortar spot. And if you want to know how to get blocked from the channel, the guy who just cracked that joke on YouTube, bye-bye. 23 seconds left. Clean tower on the right-hand side. NATO trying to pull all together for the baby dragons. Double baby dragon is serious. Now the lightning comes in. Triple baby dragons. But they can't seem to get past this archer queen. High mortar. And I just want to point out how patient Mugi was here in the second half of this game. Just how unbelievably patient he was. Wasn't trying to put... I don't think we saw a single graveyard there once we were in the two-tower game. Right? Once we're in the two-tower game, I don't think we saw a single graveyard anywhere. And that was just Mugi knowing I have the lead. Let me just play clean defense. Let me not try to press extra advantages and go for a tower. Right? That's just clean defensive gameplay. And if there's one thing that you talk to any pro at a basic level, it's don't play offense when you don't have to, right? Like there are times when pressure is critical to win the matchup, but if you have the lead and you have the defense, and the defense is a lockdown defense, just defend and win a 5-minute game rather than lose a 4.5-minute game. Nimbus Rider, hey, what's up, brother? I love the up direction of the game of going with its update. Seems like it's getting much more fast-paced, but not too much. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Frost Dust, hello, Rich. What's up, Frost? Mwah. How you doing? Let's see. Hey, Rich, I use your code. Thank you. Yeah, guys, code Rich. Code Rich in the Supercell shop. Whether you're playing Brawl Stars, Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, whatever, use code Rich. And for now, let's go and see if Mugi is using God Mode code, because right now, one away from a nice King of the Hill sweep to kick things off here. No damage in double, says Desperado. That was GG for Mugi. And I see someone asking if they can use this video for their content. That really depends on what you mean. You know, if someone is just taking my video and putting it on their channel, the answer is 100% no, and I've given copyright strikes to a lot of channels for that. If you're making something original out of the gameplay, right, like breaking down the gameplay, that sort of thing, that's different, but reach out to me privately and explain to me what you want to use it for. We can have a conversation. But if it's just take the content from my channel and put it on your channel, I'll give you a copyright strike faster than you can put up your next video. Believe that. Second time, I think, seeing the Executioner today. First time, I think, was in Hog. I could be wrong. We did see an Exy earlier today in our previous matchup. So, into our final minute of regulation play, and so far, the only real damage is what we've seen on the left-hand lane. Second time seeing Drill on the day, I believe. And that's a nice Golden Knight connection to keep the Executioner from connecting, but it feels like this is slipping away from Betfas. This is a big graveyard push. Exy will control the bridge fight, and then maybe an E-Wiz. Yep, there you go. E-Wiz comes down on the graveyard, so textbook defense there out of Mugi. You'd expect nothing different. Mugi doing his best to make sure his teammates don't do anything today. And Killua, it's okay. The chat can be whatever it wants to be today. It's a big international competition. Is what it is. Don't worry about language today. Graveyard to the right-hand side. Big damage there from Betfas. So the GY freeze, just like that, suddenly takes the lead back over to Betfas. And that's a miss NATO? Little wow comes out there from Betfas. I'm going to go ahead and clip that so I can take a look at what that NATO was for. I'm half reading chat while trying to commentate here, as I see some nonsense in chat, as always. This is going to be a big push on the right from Betfas. Trying to stop it at the bridge, but the Princess does target the bridge fight instead. NATO being used to clean up Graveyard. And Betfas in a good spot here. Here we go in the triple elixir. Betfas suddenly has the lead by about 1,700 HP, maybe 1,650. NATO would have activated King if he was placed one tile higher. Got it. I kind of heard the NATO late, and then we'll look at it again during the replays. Mugi looking for the sweep here. Plays the E-Wiz high. There's going to be a graveyard left-hand lane, I think, and there we go. The freeze does come in. Bar Barrel plus NATO trying to stop it. Lots of damage from the Executioner on the right-hand side. Exy trying to get it done. 828. Will that be enough? NATO trying to pull back. Bowler. Does the Bowler hit? 775. The Bowler does hit, and Betfas prevents the Mugi sweep. We are going to go to a Game 4 in this opening set. Betfas, great job there preventing what would have been a brutal opening to Chivas Esports campaign here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let me get that replay ready here. Give me one moment. And 1 second. I'm supposed to have like an automated thing that does this for me, but the automated thing ain't exactly working. So here's the replay. Betfas versus Lucas is our next matchup as we wait for the replay. And this is pretty early on. Let me see if I can get to the spot I was talking about. Okay, here we go. So yeah, it was a failed King Tower activation from Betfas. There you go. That was just one tile off. Fail King Tower activation. I need to change the color on that thing that says replay up there. But there you go. That's what it was. Let me go ahead and change that color real quick so it's easier to tell that that's a replay icon. Boom. There we go. And let's go ahead and jump into our next game. Lucas versus Betfas. Is the automated thing the God RF? SB coming in. SB coming in hot. No, the automated thing is not the God RF. There's a plugin for OBS that should be pulling the clip directly once I play it, but the clips aren't getting pulled. So there you go. FaZe Jew coming out with couldn't afford UFC 280. That's the next thing I could do. All right, that's fair. I'll take being the next best thing after UFC 280. Are you pulling? Are you working for Charlie Olives? So no surprises here with Betfas going lava, going for matchup here against Lucas rather than going for an outplay. And of course, I don't expect to see any sort of expo out of Betfas here. Poison, Snowball, Queen, and Bats. Decent number of tools here. Yeah, a lot of people leaving the UFC live streams to come here and watch this whole thing. Good poison value here for Lucas. And gonna mortar high and just try to mortar right into the same lane. And this is the way to play, right? Is you gotta play same lane in this matchup. You're not gonna do enough damage opposite lane, so you have to defend same lane and then play right into it. Tombstone gonna be really annoying for those mortars. We haven't seen anything for the bats, and there we go. The arrows do come out. Poison to clean up. That's to snowball that Inferno Dragon, and he does. Lead right now for Betfas, 1726 to 1078. Taking out 2 would be real huge for Betfas here. Nice thing for Lucas, he doesn't have to worry about his queen's safety. Right, that queen's always going to be in pretty good shape. Miner to... Oh, Miner does not. Miner goes back and forces the snowball out. The whole point of that Miner was to stop the skeleton dragon. But unfortunately for Lucas, the Miner goes backwards, lets the skeleton dragon get on tower. That could be a key play here. If this ends up being a close one, we'll come back and look at that again. Miner to the inside, arrows just ruin those guards, and Miner gets one more shot. That's GG. So it doesn't end up being a close one here. And Betfas now going to be one away from sweeping the so stacked it might be unfair squad. We'll see. And goes for the mortar behind, doesn't get it. And GG, well played. Betfas taking out both Mugi and Lucas. All right, good on you there. Let's go ahead and we'll take a look at that replay anyway, just because, hey, why the heck not? And why did that icon not turn to red? I changed the color. I swear I changed that color. You go red. There you go. Now it's red. And so you're going to see here on that left-hand side, didn't end up being a critical matchup, or a critical moment, because this matchup was already tough. The arrows just really kind of cleaning things up. But you see here, watch the Miner come in, try to get in front of that skeleton dragon, but it doesn't get played quite high enough, and instead goes back to the Miner, which then means, hey, more damage, forces out the snowball to be played, and just ended up putting Lucas into a bigger elixir hole. So not the play he was looking for. Probably wouldn't have happened either way. It was a rough situation either way. Should move replay to the bottom right. Let me go look at the replay stuff. Move replay to the bottom right. Or I can just make replay smaller. How about that? How about I just make replay smaller? Right? Oh, you want to off... Oh, like here's what you're saying. All right, I'll put replay here. That's a spot for replay. Why not? All right, here we go. Will it be the nice little reversal here for Betfas? Will he reverse sweep Puigins Esports, or will the reigning defending world champion Mohamed Light shut him down here? Let's find out. So drill for Mo. Looking like graveyard for Betfas. This guy here asking how do we watch this without watching my channel. Well, if you have them on your friends link. There you go. If you have these guys on your friends list. Otherwise, you stuck with me. Oh, maybe graveyard for Mo instead. All right. Mo going bowler GY freeze here rather than drill. Not super surprising and looking like it's going to be Golem for Betfas now that the Night Witch is out. Skeleton King in. Pops the ability just to really force... And again, a lot of times that ability is just being popped to try to force some damage and force out some more responses. Right, not even trying to get tower damage, just trying to get some of, like, a little damage onto the troops and force a response out from your opponent. And the King Tower activation does work. That was almost a super wasted NATO from Betfas. Instead, does get the King Tower activation. Now, does Mo put something in front of... Oh, it doesn't matter because the Baby Dragon and the Inferno Dragon switch spaces. So it ends up being fine. Now the freeze in. Choosing not to freeze with the King Tower. Instead, make sure some of that gets on the Night Witch. $27.56 to $11.92. Inferno Dragon, NATO, Ewiz. Let's try to slow down these Golem pushes. A lot of splash, which is nice for Mo. Lightning does get the Inferno Dragon off. Baby Dragon, off the because of the pop, kind of bumps out of the way there. This won't result in too much damage here. Maybe none, and none. Wow. Baby Dragon, despite kind of getting pushed out of the way, doesn't end up being a problem. And Mo just going for the kill shot here. Mo not just trying to sit back and play defense. I think a big part of that is no building. What is happening on that computer? Royale API just threw an ad on me. That's hilarious. All right, Golem, and as soon as the ad comes in, a little bit of damage here. Keep in mind, Mo doesn't have any true direct damage. He has NATO and freeze. But that's not really what you think of as your direct damage spells. And trying to cycle those for tower down would be a little bit wild. Now the graveyard does come in. Freeze gets it done. GG, well played. And whew, we could have had, that would have been a wild reverse sweep from Betfas. Mo shuts that one down. And Puigins avoids an embarrassing opening to their campaign here. That's just set number one. Of course, we have set number 2 and maybe number 3 coming after this one. But set number 1 does go to the stacked team with 2 world champions and a multiple-time top player in Lucas. Also, Alicia, who I don't know. But there you go. Let me take a look at how this... For some reason, my power isn't going all the way through to my iPad through the connector. Momo is the GOAT, says Nasser. Prudvy saying there won't be a set 3. Corona saying, what's Alicia's PB? You should know that, Corona. You go figure that out. I don't know. Good deck pick says Jonathan. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting some interesting behind-the-scenes information here. Very fun. Let's see. Mo stands for money. Yeah, I feel that. All right, so here we go. Set number 2 on its way. Chivas going to go Ardentoas, Pompeyo, Anaban. And Puigins going to go Mohamed Mo. Lucas Mo Mugi. So there you go. So Arden getting switched in for Betfas here in set number 2. First match is going to be Arden versus Lucas as our first matchup. By the way, if you haven't yet, if you're watching, I see there's like 2,000 of you over on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. Come on back. It's actually almost 2,500 of you on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. Come on back. There's tons of Clash Royale esports content here. If you like watching the best players, play the best players. We'll do it in the best place, right here on my channel. Happens all the time. Live streams, pre-recorded BO3s and BO5s. Sometimes I'll do featured matchups from events that are ongoing. I'm going to have some stuff from the 8K tournament out of Japan coming to the channel fairly soon. I have a great matchup that I just have to put the finishing touches on recording for you guys. And here we go. Ardentoas, of course, coming off of a World Finals run. Arden didn't quite have the World Finals performance that he was looking for, but still a young player. Nearly made Worlds last year, or could have made Worlds last year if he turned 16 early enough. And NATO pulls back the RG here. And early damage against Arden. Cannon cart being a little bit of a problem here. Although that giant skeleton not going to do much. How does GA only have 3 players and all the teams have 4 players? I guess they just didn't have a 4th. I don't know. I don't know why they don't have a 4th. RG plus E-Spirit left-hand lane. The E-Spirit just to get the RG back, I guess. And that's going to be some good damage. I mean, Arden just seems to have... He doesn't have a building, it appears. So just seems to have nothing really to stop that Royal Giant. Has to DPS it down every time. And Lucas recognizing that, just getting good early damage before we get in the double and triple. What does turning 13 early have to do with me in CRL, says Johan. Well, it meant that he didn't have enough points to qualify for CRL World Finals because last season in 2021, he was not able to compete in any of the monthly championships until the 8th out of 8. So he wasn't able to compete in the first 7 months. He wasn't eligible, so not able to get enough points for Worlds. But Arden had a great run. Arden and Adria both turned 16 late, and there goes the RG just shredding the tower. Won't get some stuff done. Yeah, so Arden and Adria both probably would have qualified for Worlds in 2021 if they turned 16 earlier and been able to compete, but they weren't. And there you go. Easy GG there for Lucas in game number 1. Let's see. Hold on, I'm checking. Let me catch up on some of these questions in chat here. I say, what is mean, Rich? Please say me. I don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. A Royal Giant had the best time of his life. Yeah. That Royal Giant was not getting stopped, not getting touched at all. Easy RG connections. Yeah, that matchup, though, says Appetizer. Yeah, that was a brutal matchup for sure. UFC 280. What, something happened? Or are you just saying UFC 280? Yo, do you do Clash Royale? No, this is actually golf. This is browser-based golf we're watching right now, in case you were confused. If this looked like Clash Royale, totally not Clash Royale. Is Molite playing? Yes, we've already seen him play some. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. What glasses do you have? I have plenty. I might switch them out pretty soon. I've been wearing the same pair all day so far. Rich, have I seen the new TV Royale? Yeah, it's awesome. I'm very excited for the update. Going up from 1K to... Reimer, thank you very much. Yep. Almost to 90K. We are at 85,647 right now. We could, with... You know what? There's, again, like 2,000, 2,100, 2,200 of you watching right now on YouTube. We could get to 86,000 today, right? That's under 400 subs. That's like 350 subs. That would be awesome. That would be super cool. That would really make my day. I'd appreciate it if you did sub. If you like Clash Royale Esports, it's a great place to sub. Meek Paul saying, Rich, love your energy. Thank you. Where is God RF? Probably playing basketball with AC. That's my guess. So, wait, Betfas. Why is, I thought Betfas was not in this. I thought Betfas was not in this lineup. Ian77 is not playing. Fourth player is technically a sub, but as you can see, they cycle through. I'm so confused. I thought it was... I'll double check that, because I totally thought this was going to be on King Tower activation there. Ewiz comes out behind. Free's not there to really just make that into a hilarious moment. Yeah, I thought it was Arden, Pompeyo, Anaban, but maybe I misread that. Thank you, Kyle, for your support. So many graveyards. Says, why KaNaRiOoo? That's a lot. But yeah, lots of graveyards. It was all RG in our first match. Lots of graveyard here in match number 2. Yes, bowler is everywhere. Dark Prince going to go ahead. No, a defensive freeze for the Dark Prince out of Lucas. I thought he was going to eat that or get a late guards maybe. No geometry for the Magic Archer here. And Baby Dragon will take care of business. Guard's going to easily control the drill. So here's the interesting thing, right? Because I've played this matchup, or a variation of this matchup, on Betfas' side a bunch. And cleaning up the graveyards is just kind of annoying. It's not impossible. It's not like a dead. It's not, graveyards don't shut you down. It's just really annoying with the graveyards because you have to put that Magic Archer right back there. You got to control in front, but watch the that Golden Knight come deep in. You give up. You give up an annoying amount of damage. With the bowler and the guards, it's a little hard to get great drill damage unless you get the Golden Knight behind. And that Golden Knight getting behind is going to get on tower, get a little bit of damage. And Magic Archer, this is a really aggressive Magic Archer from Betfas. That could turn around and hurt him a whole lot. Now big push on the right-hand side. Giant Skeleton cleans up, but Dark Prince, but he can't free. He freezes onto the King Tower. The King Tower being activated is pretty big, right? Because it forces the freeze to be on that inside. Dark Prince can control on the outside. You know, I almost wonder. Oh, that's a cheeky NATO there out of Betfas. And there you go, 15-23. Right, I almost wonder, and I don't play Graveyard Freeze enough to know the answer. Playing Graveyard Freeze, I almost wonder if late you start playing Graveyards to the inside a little bit, like inside and low, as opposed to the outside. Right, you just kind of cheat it. The only problem is then the opposite side, Princess Tower gets up. Just, you have to figure out some way. Maybe it's that you NATO the high defense, like the Dark Prince, away, and then so he NATO's in for the Golden Knight. Golden Knight gets on tower. There you go. Nice little freeze. And suddenly, Lucas takes the lead back with 30 seconds left. 13-20 to 11-68. And no, other than NATO, no real great direct damage here for Betfas. Drill gets in. Guards to defend against the Drill. And the guards defend that perfectly. So with 16 seconds left, unless a good NATO Golden Knight comes in, plus Magic Archer, and the defensive freeze, 11:03 to 11:10. Graveyard down. Is there a NATO there? Will the damage come in and be enough? 9:58, 8:38, Betfas. Woo! The freeze at the bridge from Lucas trying to hold on. Didn't make it work. And Betfas stealing that one right back. What a finish that was. What a finish that was. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and get a replay ready for that one. That was a whole lot of fun. Let me go over here for a second. Oh, come on. What's happening? Let me go right there to a little studio mode. Let me go to replay. Let me get that replay at the end there ready to rock. And boom, let's go to the replay of the ending action. So 20 seconds left. And the Magic Archer comes out right, wait for it, right here. Boom, there you go. Magic Archer plus NATO. Defensive freeze. The Drill, though, just gets so much more damage quickly. And he has to play the NATO. The guards don't come out fast enough. GG, well played. So Betfas, with his second pretty big play here. Really nice defense from Betfas. Here we go. Our next matchup, game number 3 of this set, Mohamed Light coming out. Yeah, the Drill was the final damage there. What players are considered being the next dark horses for CRL? A little early to call that one, Kamikaze. I'll have to think about that one as we get closer to the next CRL. RS Hacked Gaming saying NATO plus Golden Knight's ability always hits tower. Not as much as you think, though. Rich, do I watch cricket? No, I do not. There's too many sports to watch, and cricket just doesn't make the cut for me, unfortunately. I'm sure it's a phenomenal game. Millions of people love to watch it. But I only have so many hours in the day. Who do I think is the best Logbait player now? Nobody. I've heard that Logbait's dead, right, with the new update? I saw Riley posting about it. Mortar Miner Bats for Betfas. Soudy is playing. Yeah, we'll see Soudy later today. Lava for Mo's an interesting choice. I think it's going to work out well for him here. Betfas has to play into the same lane. Those are good bats out of Betfas. This will be 2 shots from the mortar. Maybe 3. And no, the Inferno Dragon stays alive enough, gets there fast enough to get it off. But 2 shots is still important. Miner picked up easily by the Skeleton King. Is Betfas running poison? Does Mo protect the flying machine? There is the poison from Betfas. Doesn't need to, as the lava pups do their job, and flying machine will get good damage opposite lane. Right, so Mortar should be consistently controlled here by Mo. We saw Archer Queen, Poison, and Bats. And this is just what this is what Betfas has to do. He really probably didn't want that. That damage on the right-hand side does become kind of annoying for him, actually. And knows he can cycle back to Poison quickly enough to deal with the next lava hammer. Miner to tank here. But that might have been an extra Miner out of Betfas, and now just going to sell out right-hand lane with pressure. Interesting choice. Interesting choice there at the opposite lane sell. I think that opposite lane sell-out's going to end up being not the greatest call. I understand why Betfas wanted to do it, but you weren't going to get that on tower. That was just spending 9 elixir at the bridge to be controlled by 6. Plus opposite lane, plus playing in the left-hand lane for the counter push. Lava didn't want the lava in front of the flying machine. Or didn't want the flying machine in front of the lava, excuse me. Final 35 seconds. Betfas is not that far behind, but far enough when you talk about what deck he's running. Giant Skeleton will control nicely here at the bridge. Plays the poison to get on the Skeleton Dragons. But Archer Queen's not going to be enough here. 995, lead extends. Miner plus Bats, trying to go for the quick one. Tombstone will control. But Miner arrows. Arrows a little bit before. Nice prediction attempt there from Mo. A little bit before the Bats. Doesn't matter. Mo going to get the dub here. And Betfas does not have magic in him twice today. No magic twice for Betfas. Mohamed Light. Now 1 win away from a quick 2-set win for Chivas Esports. And reminder of what we saw earlier today. It was Gamer Arena taking the 2-1 victory over SK Gaming. You see Gamer Arena currently with 2 points and just 1 for SK. That was our first match of the day. You can re-watch this later if you want to watch that matchup. Some good games there overall. Nice upset there. Pleasing the many Turkish fans who were in the chat. Next matchup is Pompeyo versus Mo, so we'll see if Pompeyo can clutch this one up. Okay, I was wrong. There was a correction on the lineup, so Betfas was the correct person for our next matchup. Is Boss in this turn? He says Legacy. No. I did reach out to see if he wants to cast one of the days, but haven't heard back from him yet. We'll see. I don't believe there's a 2-set limit for players. I could be wrong. I don't believe so. Thank you, AQCon. What's this song in the background? All my music's from Epidemic Sounds, so I don't remember what this one's called. But you can find everything on Epidemic. Let's go ahead and jump into our potentially last game. Pompeyo has to beat Mo and Mugi to keep Chivas in this match. How do we get the CRL Spectator badge? It says MP14. Okay, it's really easy. First, get a flux capacitor. Second, put that flux capacitor into a DeLorean. Then get up to 88 miles an hour and make sure that you set your timer for earlier, like for the end of September, so you can go back in time and then press your app, like go and watch from your app Oh, you have to like sign up for the thing too. You have to go to the website. Basically, go back in time and watch the World Finals with your account linked to the website. If you don't know where to get a flux capacitor, I can recommend some people. The DeLorean might be harder. It's a very rare car. Musketeer to the left-hand lane, picked up by the Mighty Miner. Second Ram Rider on the day. Mortar, Snowball. That's gonna be a big connection though. Mo really low. And that's gonna be tower nearly down here. 469 remaining. Yeah, Mo calling the good game here. I'll go ahead and clip that for a replay. We'll take a look at it. And that's a big ol' Mega Knight. Yeah, just not enough there for that previous Ram Rider. Tower down, GG, and now Pompeyo gonna have a shot against Mugi. He will have his chance to keep Chivas in this one. So I'll get that replay. I'm just going to get that replay queued up now, actually, so we can just jump right into it. And we can go take a look at what went wrong for Mo in that set. So here we go. We're going to jump right into our replay. So you can see still pretty even here, about a 800-point lead on the left-hand side for Pompeyo. High with the Mighty Miner, Ram Rider behind. And the Miner gets eaten up. And it's the Royal Ghost behind. I understand this what the Snowball was trying to do, and you see trying to push that Ram Rider into opposite tower range. But let's go back to see how much what the Elixir situation was as it got started. Right, so already, if you see here, it's 3 Elixir, or about a 4 Elixir lead in the hole for Pompeyo, but 4 on the board for Mo. So pretty even overall. But this Mighty Miner just completely shreds that Elixir lead. Right, so as soon as this Mighty Miner just kills that Musketeer, we'll go ahead and stop right here. So now, even in the hole, but +4 with that Mighty Miner. Right, so already, that was just... already Mo's way behind on Elixir in this situation. So we go forward here, and Mo plays this Miner. But watch what happens here. So right now you have the Miner on for 3, the Mortar on for 4. But the Miner's going to disappear. And this is just the factor of that +4 lead, because that allows the Ghost to come in next. And that +4 lead turns into an absolute downhill onslaught and a win for Pompeyo. I wish I could telestrate that, like actually put arrows and circles and stuff on the screen. I don't have that capability right now. I'm gonna try to figure out how I could do that. It's like there's like a weird. I have to get like another monitor setup maybe. Oh, quick note on the Back to the Future reference. I see people talking about it. Gooder just started doing Back to the Future. Just released some Back to the Future stun glasses. So if you do like the Gooders and the shades that I'm always rocking, you can use code RICH when you check out at Gooder for 15% off. But Gooder has a Back to the Future line out right now that's super fire. I have to get my hands on those. So Mugi is going right. I mean, Pompeyo is going right back to it with the Ram Rider. Interesting choice here. And Mugi Drills right into the Mother Witch. Golden Knight can't get there to help. That's going to be a lot the opposite direction. But it's mostly going to die on the Vial. And so now, here we go. Mugi with a nice +3 advantage. Ewiz will come out high, but this is going to maintain the elixir advantage, right? Ewiz is going to die to this Barb Barrel. Still about +3 in the hole, plus this Barb Shot.
Out of my way.
Interesting that Mugi chooses to let the elixir advantage go here. And this is where you start talking about the levels to this game, right? 99% of us watching right now would have been like, oh, +3, let's set something up and keep that elixir advantage. And Mugi instead slows down and focuses on playing the defense he knows he can play. Just really smart. Again, levels to this. Didn't want to feed the Mother Witch or feed the Mega Knight. Very, very smart. Good ghost here at the bridge. And that's, I mean, maybe, you know, we talked about some of the balance changes and reworks that happen to this game. The hover mechanic that allows the ghost, and the battle healer too, but let's be honest, who plays battle healer? That allows the ghost to cross the bridge, completely changed the ghost, and really changed the way a lot of bridge fights take place when ghost is involved. One of the coolest reworks, I mean, the arrows rework, oh, nice hit there for the Ram Rider on the right-hand side. And suddenly, big lead for Pompeyo. Wow. Huge lead for Pompeyo. Mugi playing a kind of dangerous game here on the right-hand side, and now the Executioner does come out in time. That Ram Rider connection might end up being the deciding factor here. Pompeyo plays Ewiz low, going for the Golden Knight dash connection, but turns back to the Mega Knight 1937 to 1711. Ram Rider shouldn't, and that's a great body block. That Ram Rider just stuck. That Ram Rider just ran into, you know, like when you watch Looney Tunes and it looks like there's a door, but then the Coyote just runs right into the door. That's what happened to the Ram Rider. That was the Wile E. Coyote of Ram Riders. Should be able to get around this one, and it does. NATO to pull back. Ram Rider doesn't quite get past the DPS, though. Poison on the right-hand side, 22 seconds left. And Pompeyo might have this. Pompeyo really might have this. Drill plus Golden Knight plus can this NATO, it won't connect. It won't connect. And the Mega Knight does not get picked up. The Mega Knight does not get picked up. And oh boy, Pompeyo upsets Mugi here. And now we're going to a third and final. What in the world? What in the world? Well, we doing it, folks. We're going to a number 3 here. Let me go ahead and get the last little bit of that one set up here for some replay action. Wild. I really wish I could get this script to work and just have the replays ready for me, rather than me having to click stuff, but here we go. So it's about 200 HP difference. Poison comes in. NATO to pull back. The Ram Rider doesn't connect, right? So this is still within reach for Mugi, although he's being forced into this right-hand lane and now down by about 500. Mega Knight goes high, and all of this on the left-hand side feels like it could escape. But that NATO, the number of times you see that NATO mistake, let's go back here for a second. The number of times you see that NATO just not quite get it done when you're trying to make that push. So we're going to see that here. And I don't know if the Golden Knight would have survived. The Golden Knight maybe could have survived, right, if he didn't NATO there. And then now you see, hey, there's a possibility, but the Barb Barrel just a little bit late here And that Mega Knight jumps, and look, it was 1486. Let me see how fast can I get there. It was, what was it before that? Yeah, 1487 before, and wouldn't have been quite enough. But again, the Golden Knight doesn't connect. The Bar Barrel doesn't do what it's trying to do, and so that's a GG. And that's a GG. Let's take a look at. All right, so we're still waiting on our 1v1 players on the nominations here for a second. Let's see. Are Mo and Mugi on the same team? If this was unfair, if so, would this would be unfair to other teams? There's no unfair. It's just what your team is. Like that's their team. If someone wanted to pay for Mo and Mugi to be on the same team, to be on different teams, right? Like, or whatever it was, but you know, they put together a team. I don't know. It's such a weird thing of what, like, I don't know. It's just what the team ended up being. Almost 4 a.m. for Mugi might affect his performance. Yeah, it might be. It might. These guys are used to playing at weird times, though. Let's see. Albari saying that they should put either a Betfas or Pompeyo. Jane Kushal saying Arden for the duels. Yeah, the duels is going to be interesting. Let's see. The set number 3, it's going to be Arden versus Mo Light. All right, here we go. Arden versus Mo. We'll see what happens. So we'll have that in just a moment. Let me check the power on this thing. Oh, we're doing all right. Subscribe. No, I'm not going to. What? I'm not going to shout out your. Please shout you out. All right, yeah, I'll shout you out. I'm not going to. If you want to subscribe to something, subscribe to Rich Slade. That's who I am, by the way, in case you were curious. We're at 85,782, so we are 218 subs away from hitting 86K today, which would be super awesome. So if you haven't yet, hit that sub button. If you read this message, I kiss you. Mwah, I kiss you back. How about that? Arden versus Mo, best of 3 to see which team wins our matchup here. Second matchup of the day. You know, twice now it felt like it was going to be a quick sweep through, and twice now we're going to the third and final. So to the third set. Here we go. Game number 1 of Arden versus Mo. Let's go. And people who do want to, if people talk about like your favorite emote, my favorite emote is the Goblin with the sunglasses. Will 2v2s happen in this team tournament? No, there is 2v2 in the current event happening on Reiki Jones' channel. That you'll see some of that on my channel as well. I'm going to be doing some some featured matches as content on my channel. But no, there's not 2v2 in this event. Until Supercell indicates that 2v2 is coming back as a supported competitive format in CRL, it's probably not going to be. You're not going to see a ton of 2v2 in the event. It's just not the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Nice log by Arden. Very clean. So, RG Fishboy, Fish Go Boom, as we used to call it in 2019, the Fisherman plus Hunter combination. Fish Go Boom. Maybe did a whole video of content for CRL about that combo. Or we did like top 5 combos, and that was one of them. Mortar, log, bats, guards. Again, I think that I called this matchup for the Mortar Miner deck earlier, but then someone said that Furkan says this is RG's matchup. Ooh. Not quite the lightning you're going for there. It takes the queen out on its own, so not a terrible trade, but not the best either. Pretty aggressive dual lane pressure here, and doesn't that have to eat that ghost on the right-hand side? Bats come in, but that's going to be 3 shots from the ghost. Arden shouldn't miner on with these bats. He doesn't. Abai saying this is definitely RG's matchup. Maybe RG matchup since Morten was nerfed. Mo said it's an even matchup, says Reimer. This is dual mode here for the third set for the 1v1, for those of you asking. One shot in for the Royal Giant with 2 minutes left in the game. The question is, can Arden can't really create any sort of counter push. He can't get the mortar on offense. The mortar dies pretty quickly now since the nerf. And committing the miner in front of the bats when there's the Electro Spirit and the Hunter. Yeah, I see that now. RG down. Yeah, when you're thinking about how Arden tries to turn this into any sort of offense, there's just not a lot of answers there. And the RG, it's a nice RG to push the queen off the tower. And a nice Hunter behind. Here's a little pressure now from Arden. A lot of pressure from Arden. He's really trying to go hard on this right, which is what he has to do. That Electro Spirit is going to end all that. The Electro Spirit is such a key factor. RG on the right-hand side. Mortar high, trying to maybe go to the opposite lane now. Lightning just to put more damage on. And that's a GG. That's game number 1. Game number 1 in the books here. What you expected. Nice little defensive Royal Giant. Poison won't be enough, plus Miner. And Mohamed Light takes game number 1. And now one away from closing things out for Puigins. If you're in the I know some of you are watching who are in that Twitter chat. Is that how you pronounce it? Puigins? If you're in that group. Julesy, I see you typing. If that's it, please let me know if Puigins is the correct pronunciation for that very strange name. Very strange name indeed. Do I like Clash Royale? What's Clash Royale? Molite is the GOAT. Agreed. Mini saying I think so. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have no idea what it is. But thank you for letting me know, guys. What how the heck you pronounce that ridiculous name. Let's see. CMG, thanks coming in for 10 months of subscribing on Twitch. Do appreciate. I don't know if I've missed any other subs on Twitch. I'm very sorry. I'm doing a lot of things at once. But if you followed or subbed on Twitch, do appreciate it for sure. Oh, got it. Now I get it, Corona. All right. Thank you. Let's see. Ardentoas had no chance there. Annihilator plays saying we should have a separate ladder for 2v2. It's been talked about a bunch, but the reality is that it would be such a weird player experience because you'd have like some people who are super all about it, and then like think of your unless you have a planned 2v2 partner. You know, you guys all know the experience of I play 2v2 and then my teammate just like fireballs tower and dips. It might sort itself out by a certain level, but also like you can't play 2v2 at any sort of competitive level unless the two of you are coordinating decks, right? Like if you just jump in and randomly play, like going with whatever random deck on 2v2, that's not going to work from a competitive perspective. So 2v2 ladder would only work for players who come in. The new rank mode allows for 2v2 rank now since it separates casual ladder with comp. That'd be interesting. People would have to come in pre-made. I think it would end up being like a playground for like 12 duos. Right? I think 2v2 ladder would not be the experience people think it would hope it would be. Our first E-barbs of the day out of Mo. So I don't know if Mo is memeing here a little bit. This will be fun. This will be a thing. E-barbs pump bridge spam. I like didn't even realize, I didn't see the pump at first. I was reading chat, and now I'm like, what is this universe we're living in? Or is it just 3M? Is it bridge spam? Or just, I mean, I guess you have the spam elements, but is this 3M or not? I'm a general big fan of the early Golden Knight activations. When you can find the timing for them, you know your opponent doesn't have the right way to stop the chain. And then it's no, so it's not 3M then with the lumberjack, right? That's got to just be Ram Rider or Battle Ram, or just this is a no win condition deck. Right? Does 3M run Lumberjack? I'm not a 3M. I have never been a 3M player. When 3M got nerfed, I was one of the happiest people on the planet. I know that my oftentimes casting partner, Joshua AC Sharon, loves Three Musketeers. And pump to the bottom, to the back, on the left-hand side. And Mortar for the, I mean, not Mortar, Mega Knight, I think it's 3M. 3M with Lumberjack. Fascinating. So yeah, Fireball MK going to be interesting here. Can Mo just overwhelm here? No Fireball, not for the pump. And that can be no E-barbs to connect. Elixir advantage building, but can it do anything? And now he pumps the Fireball side. And yeah, good, easy choice there on the part of Arden. And just E-barbs Heal Spirit at the bridge. Mega Knight comes in, Heal Spirit. Was it the Mega Knight that killed? Did the Heal Spirit not jump? This is a strange matchup to watch. Ram Rider going to get body blocked, I think. Yes, and now we get a big push on the right-hand side. Golden Knight going to put some pressure on the left-hand lane. Mother Witch, Mighty Miner. This is Spam City here for Mo. And this time the Spirit does go. And that, wow. Absolutely wow. GG. Well played. Good night. It's been fun. Mo Light just runs right through that right-hand side. That Golden Knight got it done. The Heal Spirit pushed it all the way through. And kaboom. And kaboom is the best way to say that. Kaboom. Wow. Wow, wow. Hold on. Let me go ahead and unplug this for a second so I can get some charge. Just to make sure that the, just to give a little extra juice to the, what's it called? The iPad. Let me go ahead and throw the replay up here. No, not settings, you dink. Replay. We'll go ahead and take a look at that ending. Because that was a nice little downhill push there. Let's see. So you see that Ram Rider just gets shut down. That Ram Rider just gets absolutely evaporated on the right-hand side, right? So that's 5 Elixir getting thrown into 10 and getting nothing for it. Evaporated. So now you have 10 Elixir on the right-hand side. You have a really healthy Golden Knight on the left-hand side. E isn't going to do much, right? So now here you go. You still have that 10 on the right, the 4 on the left. Arden has the Mighty Miner and the Mother Witch down there. But watch what happens as the Mighty Miner just gets shredded, and this time the Heal Spirit does hit nicely. It gives a good juice, but it's that Golden Knight dash. And the fast-forward rewind on this is not the best. Fast-forward rewind on this operation is not the greatest I've ever seen. So here we go. I'll pause here. That Golden Knight comes across from the other side And the lane switch from the Golden Knight, bye-bye to everything. Heal Spirit keeps everything up high enough, and that's GG. There you go. There you go. And there's a little preview of our next matchup, which is going to be Tribe Gaming versus Team Liquid. Hold on, I want to grab something. Oh, it's in my car, isn't it? Never mind. I was going to show you guys the new Firebird I just got, but unfortunately not going to have it. Did I just see Ebarb's rage from Mo, says DJ Badhand. Yeah, you did. Or you saw Ebarb's, not rage, you saw Ebarb's Lumberjack, which is close, but not quite. Let's see. Someone asked me about Messi or Ronaldo. I honestly don't care. I don't care. They're both phenomenal players who are absolutely top tier, two of the best to ever play the game, and I don't have a strong pick between those two. So, and answer your question, Messi or Ronaldo? How about this? Neither. There you go. Neither. That's my answer to Messi or Ronaldo. Let's see. People Messi go, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. All right, if there's a mod on Twitch somewhere, can you clean that up? Thank you. All right, let me go ahead and get my gameplay plugged back in here. Let me make sure it's also plugged in. Double checking here. I needed to charge for just a second. Yeah, we're good to go. Great. All right. So next up, Tribe Gaming versus Team Liquid. Tribe Gaming in set number 1 is going to be going with Greco, Pandora, and KK up against Vitor, SurgicalGoblin, and DiegoB. Game number 1, Greco versus KK. Or Greco versus KK. Greco versus Vitor. Let's go. Hold on. I need to make a new mod on I need to make a new mod over on Twitch because things are crazy. There you go. DJ Badhand, you've been modded. Please get some control over there. All right, hold on, give me a second here. All right. Oh, thank you, Corona. Do appreciate it. Appreciate the help from those of you who are willing to be helpful with modding. And now I can focus on the game here. Greco against Vitor. If I remember correctly, Greco came pretty close to Worlds this year. And wow, that's Archer Queen just ruins the left-hand side. And I'm really surprised with Greco going with Hog Rider in this matchup. We have not seen any Hog Rider outside of duels today. And Hog is an interesting choice. Does get a nice early lead here. And hold on, doing one more thing. Oh, and after this game, I will show the leaderboard. I see Step Up Fool asking for the leaderboard. Yeah, I'll put it up after this one. All right, thank you. Twitch is all taken care of. So Vitor back in this one again. Like I find the choice of going with Hog Rider. Hog EQ just isn't it right now. Now Greco might win this, and it might be like, oh, Rich, what are you talking about? Greco won. There's a reason why you're not seeing much Hog, just like normal. Hog EQ just isn't super duper strong right now. It's good in duels because you can go for certain matchups and because you have to use 16 to 24 cards. And wait a second. let me go back and check. Let me check something real quick because my brain just broke. Let me check something for a second because I'm not used to. Let me just check one thing here before I talk out of pocket here. Before I get crazy. Before I get crazy here. Oh, Crown Tower damage at tournament standard is 111. Got it. Got it. I was like, wait a second. Those arrows, not going to be not enough, and that's. I was thinking ladder damage versus tournament standard damage. So arrows would not have been enough to get that one down. For a second, I was like, what is happening? All right, so Greco getting the game #1 win. You know what? Yeah, it's mod city time over on Twitch. Nobody abuse it, right? This is the last one. There we go. All right, now there's like 1,000 mods on Twitch. We good. Hope there's someone still modding on YouTube. Greco versus SurgicalGoblin up next. Pay attention to the game, Rich, says Step Bro. Rings of Power, House of the Dragon. Honestly, I've been having more fun with Rings of Power, even though it's not as good. It's not as good of a show. But House of the Dragon has so many like really dumb writing problems. I had actually tweeted about it, but House of the Dragon, like the whole end of the last episode was because of a big dumb writing error that they should not have. They easily could have avoided. All right, here we go. Greco and SurgicalGoblin. Again, SurgicalGoblin got really deep in our last chance qualifier runs for CRL. Like he was very. I mean, he might have been one match away from making World Finals, which would have been so much fun. And I interviewed him at World Finals, and he said he's planning on competing more in 2023. Hog again for Greco. Right into a Hunter. Gonna get one shot. Pretty fast version of RG here for Surge. Skeletons and the Electro Spirit make that deck cycle a little bit quicker than you think. We'll see if Surge, if and or when Surge goes for a King Tower activation against the Hog Rider. And I wonder what the choice is here. He just doesn't want to play Lightning, he wants to put him in the Hog Rider. All right, so here comes the Fisherman. E-Spirit does get the Skeletons. That Archer Queen nearly changed the tone there and got some Skeletons damage on the right-hand side. 2 shots in from the AQ on the left-hand. On the right-hand side now, 2 shots from the AQ. Minute left in regulation, and the Inferno Tower does finally come out. $22.26 to $26.87. Inferno Tower could be a problem, but as this goes longer with the Electro Spirit and the Lightning, the big question will be spacing out for Greco, making sure that there's not giving out too much Lightning value with the AQ and the Inferno Tower. That does create 2 targets for the Lightning, which is nice for Greco. Ghost should go invisible. Forces out the delivery. I'm going to adjust the sizing of that chat here just a little bit because it's realize now that it's kind of covering up some of the a little bit too much. There we go. That'll be cool. RG does not get a shot, so here we go into sudden death overtime. 580-ish HP lead right now for Greco. Hog does not get that shot. That was crazy close. I think that the tower could actually smell the metal of the Hog Rider's hammer. And Lightning to win the bridge fight. Not going to double down on the RG here, though. With 90 seconds left, SurgicalGoblin has to figure out a plan. And the EQ cycle now starting from Grieco. For those of you asking, is there more this weekend? Yes, tomorrow, Juicy J will be casting. You're going to find that on his channel tomorrow. Let me double check that. I believe that's the case. And this time with the Fisherman distracted, Hog has a nice path, and it does get one shot. Big one there for Grieco. And Archer Queen does get picked up by the Royal Ghost, but still, lead continuing to move over towards Grieco's side. Surgical needs to figure out how to stack the Royal Giants to break through, I think. I don't know if there's a way for him to do it otherwise. Down by 500 HP or 400 HP right now. Hunter gets high. And a little lightning cycle here from Surge. Does this Ghost sneak on by? Delivery gets there in time. Surge trying to beat out the EQ log cycle. But not going to be enough. Just a straight up lightning cycle. No way to stop this Hog. No way to stop, or at least no way to stop the EQ plus log. And Hog does hit, and that's GG. Two Hog shots. Not going to be enough. And well played, Grieco, 2 up, 2 down to kick off this match against Team Liquid. Let's take a look at the standings so far. Just, I know there was a request for that one, so here we go. Puigins Esports and Gamer Arena both won the 2-1 matchup, so both of them have 2 points, and 1-1 are the scores right now for Chivas and SK Gaming. I do want to double check to see. We haven't seen a sweep yet. I do want to check out to see if that's 3 points or not. I probably could just ask in Discord. I just haven't done it yet. But there is your current standings. And now the question is, can Grieco get our first sweep of this King of the Hill with a win over DiegoB coming up next? And the answer is very likely. Very likely can. Oh, this framing of this camera is just not it. Framing just ain't it. Hold on, folks. I switched to standing for a little bit, and I just need to adjust the framing the tiniest little bit. Little BTS action here. As I'm going to go ahead and just tilt that camera down the tiniest bit. There we go. There we go. Boom. All right, camera's in a much better spot. Yeah, I want to switch. I'm going to be on my feet for a little bit. How much do I want for that N64? That's my original N64, guys. I bought that with my own money when I was in middle school. So there you go. Played a lot of WWE, or back then WWF 2000 and WWF No Mercy. Played a lot of that on there. Obviously some GoldenEye. But yeah, I used to crush that. But yeah, that's staying where it is. That's going nowhere. Grieco, DiegoB in just a moment here. We have not yet had a King of the Hill sweep. We haven't had a King of the Hill sweep. We have not had a match sweep yet. Those are 2 things we're still waiting on. So we'll see if it can happen at some point. And Grieco does get his request up, so we'll be starting here in just 1 moment. DiegoB has been inactive for a while. Although if you're friends with Diego, he's one of those guys who like reaches out every once in a while, just he just DMs you like, "Hey man, how's it going? I miss you. It's been a while." And you're like, "Oh, Diego's like one of the best liked players in the Clash Royale competitive scene." I've never heard anyone have a bad word to say about the guy. I think you'll see the last thing that Diego did competitively. Wait, wrong. Let's see, wrong keyboard. You know, we have not seen that much. We've seen some Magic Archer, but not as much as I would think. Let's see, Diego last year did play, or in this year, in 2022, did play in the qualifier, made it to the top 48. So decent, went pretty deep there in that qualifier. Also made top 8 in the first split of the Snapdragon Pro Series. So he's been a little active in 2020. We're mostly seeing Magic Archer now. Not a lot of minor wall breakers. We're seeing mostly Magic Archer with Drill. Also, we've not been seeing Drill wall breakers today. We've primarily seen Drill, like Drill Golden Knight, Marcher NATO. So not much in the way of Drill wall breakers. He was just not doing enough on that RG, just having a time on the right-hand side. Just hanging out. You have a lot of DPS in this deck. The Dark Prince instead of the Ghost does slow things down a bit for Diego. Not using Drill on defense. You do have to use Drill on defense a little bit against Royal Giant. It makes it hard. You have to kind of switch up your thought process a bit, right? When you're playing against Royal Giant with Drill, with this Drill variation. Right, a little bit of defensive Drill when necessary. Try to get Magic Archer value. All right, RG high. Nice fireball value on the right. And yeah, just like you can't control the RG. So now you're playing the counter push game. Does that Golden Knight survive? And there it does. And that's a good dash. Zappy's all for the Dark Prince. That's some decent damage, but not going to be enough. Danny asking, who are the other two players for Team Liquid? Vitor and KaNaRiOoo. This is a good defense from Diego. And notice that Greco's just not even trying to go for tower damage the same way he was before. That he was like, let me just shut down that push at the bridge. Magic Archer gets a little value on the left-hand side, but nothing critical. And this, again, you're just going to see Greco try to play as much shutdown defense as possible. Make sure he has something available for the drill when he needs it. Don't give Magic Archer value. And don't overcommit. Almost had the King Tower activation there, not quite. That Golden Knight hit everything. That RG's gonna hit that tower a lot though. GG. Piggy finishes it off. And Greco with our first King of the Hill sweep in this event. It took till our third match of the day, but Greco goes 1, 2, 3, Vitor, SurgicalGoblin, and DiegoB. GG, well played there from Greco. Nicely done. When does the update go live in the game? Sometime next week, I think. This is the third match of the day, Slayer, so we've actually, these are our 5th and 6th teams, and we still have one more match today, so no, we got plenty going on. Chestnuts, I 100% agree with you with the Twitter rant about House of the Dragon. Yeah, no, they just lazy writing choice. Have you heard about the new card released in Clash Royale? Yes. Greco got that dog in it. Well done. Wow, Greco 3-0. Yeah. Give him his applauses. Give him his claps. What's your favorite card? What's a card? Are you the owner of this tournament? No, I'm just casting it. When's Dominic playing? Next match. There you go. Someone says 26th of October for the release date of the update. Possible. Not the first sweep Seeok swept SK. Seeok, I think he only got 2. I don't think it was a sweep. I don't think that was a sweep. I have to go back and double check that. I don't think that was a sweep. I could be wrong. My memory could be mistaken, but I think both King of the Hills went to Game 5 and didn't, and no one swept it. When will Mo play again? Tomorrow, I think. It was. He beat Sam, Morten, and Samuel. Was it a reverse sweep? Who's the best Clash Royale player? Whoever I'm facing today. Rich, I know your favorite card, Elite Barbarians. How dare you? Who do I think's going to win the Queso Cup? You guys. You're the winners because you get to watch so much great Clash Royale. just subbed. Thank you, BT. Oh, yeah, what's our sub count at today? We're making that push. We are at 85,944. Woo! Guys, we are 56 subs away from 86,000. Please, if you're here, you're watching, and you're watching on YouTube, come on. Let's get those 56 subs so I can hit 86K. That would be really cool. That would be that'd be a big win today. Am I good at Clash Royale? I am good compared to 85% of people, which means I'm bad. You know what I mean? Do you understand kind of how that shakes out? I am better than 85% of players, which means I'm actually pretty terrible at the game. When is the update? Never. There's no more updates. Updates are done. DC the Boss, competitive Clash is back, baby. Let's go! I agree. Pandora and KaNaRiOoo. Okay, so here's our next matchup. So second set here. It's Pandora, KK, and Wallace for Tribe. KaNaRiOoo, Vitor, and Surge for Team Liquid. So first up is Pandora and KaNaRiOoo. That'll be pretty fun. Clash of Clans or Clash Royale? Clash Royale, for sure. Is Mo the best player in the world? Yes, there's not even a debate about that anymore. It's like it's not a debatable fact. It's a fact. It's not debatable. There you go. Is Pekka Bird spam good? Not really anymore. Here we go. So KaNaRiOoo, Mother Witch Fireball. Man, I'm telling you guys, this tournament so far, I'm enjoying myself. I'm really loving the gameplay. It's such an argument for why duels was the best thing to happen to competitive Clash. It really is. Just the variation you get by duel mode is so much more interesting from a spectating and commentating standpoint. Did Gamer Arena beat SK Gaming? Yes, in our first match of the day, Gamer Arena upset SK. Absolutely. Again, KaNaRiOoo, you're talking about this Team Liquid squad. Really, this Team Liquid group has been more doing content creation as of lately. I think looking at KaNaRiOoo, what he's done this year competitively, really hasn't this is like his first competition of 2022. And he might not have done anything. I don't even know if he really did anything in 21 either. Christian Santana, what's been your favorite era of competitive CR? Interesting question on that one. 2019 was a really fun year overall. Like 2019, 2020 during that team's portion. This last World Finals was a blast though. This World Finals in Helsinki was so much fun. And there's something to be said for the individual nature of the game. 2020 obviously was, the first year of full remote, which wasn't as fun. 2019 was just a blast. Being on set with the players, on set with the teams, it was pretty cool. Same set tower swing as Pandora, is it rare? No, it's not rare. I think people just don't use it. That fish boy is going to pull the RG nice and close. No shots for the Royal Giant, though. Ever thought about going further in Clash Royale, etc., becoming a pro? No, being a caster content creator is way more stable, and unless you're a top pro, far more lucrative. That's why you see a lot of pros focus on content creation now. Minute 22 remaining. Pandora trying to find the way to break through here, but has just been getting shut down the whole way. And it's interesting. The Mother Witch on KaNaRiOo's side, because of the Tombstone, getting so much value, and Pandora is not able to find Mother Witch value against the Goblin game. And GG, KaNaRiOoo coming out with a win, and it was just the difference in where you could get magic or Mother Witch value on one side versus the other. What a massive difference between those two sides. Let's take a look one more time at the leaderboard. Let's see. Do I have my own deck or a meta deck? I cycle through playing different meta decks because that applies way more to my job as a caster than just playing my own rando deck. When are the next 5 arenas coming? No idea. How was Finland? Yeah, Finland was really cool. I had a great time there. Had a really good time. All right, coming up next, it's going to be KK against KaNaRiOoo. Man, KK, it was so much fun watching KK at Worlds. He had a nice deep run, and everyone was so excited for him. He eventually just ran into that top level, the guys who are that murderer's row at the end. But KK was a blast to watch, and also one of the more effusive players out of the Japanese contingent. Really confident too. When I talked to everyone beforehand, I spent some time hanging out with Mugi and Pandora and KK. When I asked them who they think's gonna win, Mugi and Pandora both picked Mo. KK picked himself, right? And I loved that. They also had the interview of what do you do with the money, and every single person was like, well, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna put it towards my education or do this. And KK was like, I'm gonna buy a fast car. Vroom vroom. And I was like, yeah, come on. That's awesome. KK's great. And also only person to beat Mo the whole tournament. Good point. Very good point. He nearly changed our future. Man, the amount of RG we're seeing today is upsetting, maybe? Best way to put it? It's just so much. Which format do I like, team or solo? If we're able to play in person in particular, I don't know. I mean, teams is really great for storylines. As I've said many times, look at this huge connection. But look at this push from KaNaRiOoo. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hey, your tower. KK, your tower. Stop it. 588. What I've said, what I've said in the past about it is that Teams was really great for storylines. And it was really fun to be a part of, especially live. But Teams also had two major flaws. One is some orgs were great for both the league and their players, and some orgs were not so great. And you don't really have control over that as a league necessarily. And so there's that problem. Nice counter by KK, but he might be in trouble here. Skeleton King controls, Lightning clearing a lot of that out. Will the Mega Knight get a leap on? It does, and that's going to be a GG. I can't think. Maybe he could push it. He's got plenty. RG at the bridge, gang around. Is there any way to take Carrot to get the, let's see, one shot from the RG? Will there be a second shot? Yeah, there will. Okay, so not GG yet. All right, we're staying alive. We're staying alive for a minute. Here we go. 2-tower game. This is going to get fascinating. Pushing into the same lane, too. So one problem is leagues, was the orgs. And the second problem is partially because of the orgs, that teams encouraged keeping players beyond when they were competitively at their best, is the best way to put it. The way it was structured just didn't like really make it so that it was, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, that lightning, KaNaRiOoo just storming on in. What a snowball here. Mega Knight doing mega damage, now tanking for the Royal Ghost, and Royal Ghost says, hey, bye-bye, GG, well played, KaNaRiOoo. Now with 2 up, 2 down. Let's go ahead and pull a little replay from the end there. Let's go ahead and get a little replay there on that ending. Give me 1 second. Oh, did not mean to switch to that. Hold on. Let me go back into studio mode and prep the replay first. Like a professional. If I could just get this script to work, I wouldn't have to worry about it. I could just go to it and it would be already ready to go. But the script is not working. All right, here we go. So here's the end. They're in the same lane. Ghost low. Mother Witch way behind. No real target for the Mother Witch. Right? So that's an interesting kind of... let's go... Oh, yeah, that was it. That was it right there. Let's go back. So, Skeleton King, the Mega Knight cycle way behind. And then the Fisherman comes in. Look at this lightning value here. Fisherman... And he tried to get the Zappies down quickly enough, but that was it. Once the Mother Witch and Fisherman gave all that value, you just gave away 7 plus tower damage. GG. All right, there you go. Let's see. Next up is Wallace versus KaNaRiOoo. Will KaNaRiOoo put up a sweep himself? Let's see. KaNaRiOO's over to 2019 World Finals journey. Yeah, KaNaRiOO's having some memories. Yeah, so those are my 2 things about teams. Teams is really cool when it's at its best, but those 2 elements, the some orgs are better than others in terms of like how they actually support the game and their players. Like if every org was a tribe or a liquid, for example, it'd be in great shape. But not every org is a tribe or a liquid. And then you mix in that it encouraged some players to stay in the league beyond when they were competitively at their best or when they actually had the emotional commitment. That was some problems with teams. So if it were reformatted in some way to avoid those issues, wow. That's an early oops in a good game out of KaNaRiOoo. Here I was talking about my thoughts on teams, and then as I was getting the thing switched over. Queen should get... No, nice gang to pick up. Mother Witch is not going to do a ton here. The guard's the only real... And again, we just saw like Mother Witch getting kind of wrecked beforehand. Wallace really should have been at Worlds this year. That would have been all 4 members of that Pain Gaming 2020 squad if Wallace had qualified. And he had some challenges with the matchmaking that prevented him from making it through. And Kana again with the good game. Poison for the... I mean, the poison value in KaNaRiOO's deck between the gang, the Mother Witch, and the Zappies, it's just tremendous. Tremendous poison value there for Wallace. And Wallace has so much great ways to shut down. The Piggies can't really counterplay. Here comes the RG. Not going to be able to get back to Mortar that fast, but it doesn't matter. It's just a DPS down this Royal Giant. And now Wallace going to miner there. As I just realized that it's almost 3 in the afternoon today, and I had breakfast, but I have not had lunch. So now I'm kind of like, okay, I need to grab a bite to eat. I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick just grab a snack from the kitchen real fast after this game is over. 90 seconds left. RG just can't get through. Right. So this is one of those matchups. You know, again, RG versus Mortar. Used to be Mortar most of the time. But not having Lightning hurts this in 1, and then just having so much poison value as 2. Matthew Corbett saying, make a sandwich. That's not fast enough. A sandwich is not quick enough. I need to grab like, I'm gonna grab like a granola bar and like an apple or something. Hey, DJ Badhand, thanks for gifting a sub there on Twitch. Appreciate it. Final minute of gameplay. Wallace just has this lockdown, so the KaNaRiOoo sweep not going to happen. And gets into the Queen ability early to avoid the Zappies from disrupting things. So this is, right now, KaNaRiOO's opportunity. Can he do something here? Mother Witch not in cycle. Ice Spirit slows down the RG. Doesn't even get a shot. Not even a shot. KaNaRiOoo throws out the well play. He knows. He knows. That was just shut down. That was an absolute shutdown game. All right, I'm going to replay this game for you guys while I quickly go and grab like a granola bar and a piece of fruit from the kitchen. And as we get ready for our next game. So I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Let me just go ahead and let me come here for a second. Let me go ahead and just put that on replay. And the next game will start in about a minute. I'll put that one back on for now. I'll be back in a few seconds. All right, now we back. Let me jump out of this and see if we're into our next game yet. Not yet. Nice. Nice. Next matchup is going to be Wallace versus Vitor. Let's go. Former teammates. Here we go. Let me get my chewy granola bar here. Oh. Totally just like forgot that I hadn't eaten lunch. Hey, Juicy J in the house. Let's get a little Juicy J love. There we go. Boom. Juicy, you're casting tomorrow, right? I got that. I'm not wrong there. Great. Yes, Juicy J casting tomorrow on Twitch. Let me go ahead. Twitch.tv/JuicyJ_CR is I think what his channel is. Let me... Yep. Hold on. Here you go. Tomorrow's stream will be there. I'll post it up later today, too. Sorry for the ASMR if you're getting any, but I did not... I, realized just how crazy hungry I was. All right, Lava Miner for Vitor. AQ, Inferno, and the delivery for Wallace on defense there. Inferno, nice. Delivery, nice. AQ, nice. Valk and Skeletons to tank for the AQ on defense. Yo, I came here to watch CR, so I watched it with a rapper looking for ASMR. Yeah, that's actually what... the channel's changing, guys. It's going to be only rapper ASMRs from now on. Tomorrow we're going to open up a Kit Kat. Interesting that with this Hog matchup, right? Like so many matchups against Lava Miner are same lane matchups. This is one of the few where you're seeing that it's the opposite lane play. And that right-hand tower just in trouble. Inferno takes care of business. No real answer for the Inferno out of Wallace, or out of Vitor. And now he can Hog here. Tombstone's going to pick up, but a good log. I think the Hog will get his shot. Yep, GG. And nicely done for Vitor, or nicely done for Wallace, I mean. And so it was looking like we might be having a sweep out of Team Liquid, and suddenly here we are in Game 5 with a reverse sweep chance for Wallace. Let's go ahead and check in on those standings again, just for one moment. A reminder, our first match of the day was Gamer Arena, with Furkan, Aslan, and Seeok upsetting SK Gaming 2-1. Then Puigins Esports, Mo, Mugi, and Lucas avoiding the upset against Pompeyo, Betfas, Ardentoas, and Anaban of Chivas Esports. And then next up we have, right now we have our Tribe Team Liquid matchup, and then we'll round out the day with Urban Esports against Queso after this one is over. So now we're in an interesting spot here, right, where Wallace could end this matchup right now, send us to our final matchup of the day. So we'll see if that's what happens. I'm not sure. Let's see. Hyped for Surge Morten rematch. If it happens, yeah, it's always fun to see those guys play. Let's see. Hog EQ is always good. 50-50. Hog EQ is not so good as it used to be. It's fallen off quite a bit as of late. All right, next match is Wallace versus SurgicalGoblin. So here we go. Game number 5, King of the Hill. Can Wallace complete the reverse sweep and end the match here in our first 2-0 of the day? Or will SurgicalGoblin send us to our champion matchup, our dual mode final? We need player stats and matchup stats. Yeah, I might get those in the later stages, but we don't have those at the moment. And here we go, getting ready for our game number 1. Let's get into it. And now I'm gonna eat my banana. I was told a long time ago, never eat a banana on stream. At least not when your camera's on. RG right into the mortar at the bridge. An easy shutdown there. Mother Witch will send the guards opposite direction. Mortar's been getting wrecked today by RG most of the way through. Back to it quickly, picked up by Wallace though. So just chip damage to open up between these two. Minute 15 has passed. 27.97 to 26.70 so far. And RG opposite lane now for Wallace. Nice fireball value there. And that RG should get one more, maybe two. I think it's two more. So opens up the door a little bit. Now the first real lead as we go into double elixir time held by Wallace. Wallace, of course, part of that kind of second wave of pros who came out of the 2019 semi-pro scene. Played with Space Station Academy in the No Tilt League in 2020 spring season. But was in the No Tilt League for a couple of seasons. Kind of played in that, like I said, that semi-pro scene, Clash Contender series with Undead Gaming. And really started to break out in 2020 and had that great performance at World Finals against Nova Esports, where he clutched up, reverse swept basically the entire team, won 7 games against Nova Esports to win that matchup against them in 2020. And was the guy we called the most underrated player for most of 2021, and then I think people finally caught on to the level that Wallace has. Miner on the right-hand side, RG plus Pigs on the left, and oh boy, Wallace opening it up now. Absolutely opening up that lead by a mile, 977 to 1922. You know, with how much Royal Giant there's been today, it feels like Mortar Miner in King of the Hill might need to get put on the back burner for a bit. Because Mortar Miner has just been getting, I don't know I don't have the stats in front of me, I don't know what the numbers have been, but Mortar Miner has been getting absolutely shredded in King of the Hill because of how much it's been being just destroyed by Royal Giant. Chestnut saying that Mortar Miner should counter, though. I don't think it does it. It's pretty clear it doesn't anymore. And I mean, part of that's got to be that Mortar nerf. Part of it maybe the log nerf. But there's been so much Giant Skeleton got nerfed a little bit as well. It's all starting to add up. And the Mortar nerf, people are forgetting Mortar and Cannon both got nerfed recently. And that Mortar nerf appearing to be pretty significant. Is it possible that the win comes in for Surge here with that poison damage on the right? Absolutely so. And now he's cycling poisons. Miner will get in. Skeleton King does pick up, but RG should connect here. Fireball plus RG. And there you go. That's it. GG. And Wallace prevents disaster, completes the reverse sweep, and that's 2 King of the Hill sweeps for Tribe Gaming. The full-on sweep in the opening, and then this brilliant one, this brilliant reverse sweep in number 2. And they're the first, we'll get our standings here in a minute, but they are the first team to put down a win in just 2 sets. Well, Richie's making up his mind, and Previous Games saying Mortar wins. You know, in the past, Mortar it's been the logic that Mortar always won against RG, but we're forgetting that Mortar just got nerfed, right? And so how much does that change things? How much does that rewrite the story between Mortar and RG? So yeah, the general logic was Mortar would counter RG for so long, but not today. Not how it's going today. And we're seeing that Mortar HP nerf. Does Mortar HP nerf make it die in one less RG shot? No, but it does make it go off the board faster. And RG's has been destroying Mortar today. So there you go. Let's see if we have the standings. Not yet. All right, no standings yet. We'll get those soon. Mortar counter is when RG uses Fireball. Didn't RG just use Fireball on that one? Grobby Dottie says, when I say him in SK, I don't know if he's permanently in SK. I don't know what the situation is there. Let's see, do we have our... No, still no. Where are my standings? Where are they? RG support cards in a nerf, says Molite. Well, if Molite says it, maybe that's the... We gotta go with that one. All right, Mo, you're in the YouTube chat. What's your evaluation of RG versus Mortar right now? as probably a pretty good authority on matchups. He meant Samuel Bassotto, not OP Sam. If someone says Samuel, they mean Samuel Bassotto. No one ever calls OP Sam Samuel. Maybe his mother does, but no one in Clash calls him that. There we go. Okay, so I was right. The 3-0, the sweep gives Tribe Gaming the win 3 points and Team Liquid 0. So that's our first 2-set sweep today. Tribe Gaming takes the lead in our standings for our league phase with the 3-0, with the quick sweep and the 3-0 in points. I probably could have just read that in the rules, but I didn't. So now here we go. Yeah, responding to Bo. Yeah, I said that during the first match of the day. I said it just during the first match, and then someone said that Furkan says it's RG's matchup, and then I stopped saying it and I started watching, and yeah. So that was in the first match. You can go back. This whole thing is recorded. You can go back and check it out. But yeah, it's been very clear. Mo saying, I think it's an even matchup. It seems like the Motor players don't know how to play the matchup. It doesn't really isn't that difficult, IMO. Man, Mo, like, I can tell you right now, there's nothing malicious about what Mo said there because I've spoken with him, you know, having met now at Worlds. Just like the way he so calmly says, he just speaks like, I'm going to speak the facts that I know. And there's no shots fired here. There's no like Mo trying to talk trash. He's just analytically breaking it down. He's like, no, this is the facts. Man, crazy. I'm curious how Mo would see playing the matchup different. Yeah, Mo said it's an even matchup. Yeah, interesting. Well, so far today, it has not been even. Man, Mo, he's not meaning to be cold, but Mo is ice cold, dude. Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. Didn't phrase it properly. No, you're all good. Dude, all good, all good. Anybody who's met Mo in person now knows, all good. That's just such a funny way of phrasing things. It's so accurate, but also like you kind of go, oh, okay, oh boy, I need to reevaluate some things. That's the real Mo. Yeah, that's the real Mo. It's definitely the real Mo. All right, we're almost ready for our final match of the day, which will be a fun one. Final match of the day is going to be Urban Esports against Team Queso. So for Urban Esports, it's going to be Soudy, DOoOM, MiniMinter, and CrisLyan. For Team Queso, Bale, Ruben, IMJP, and Benny. So there's your lineups. I'll give you guys the in set number 1 on our first King of the Hill. It's Urban Esports bringing out Soudy, DOoOM, and MiniMinter, and then Bale, Ruben, and JP in that order for Team Queso. Yeah, let's see if Reimer. Yeah, if Mo plays it, we'll see what that looks like. Let's go take a look at the sub count for the day. Hey, 86,085. Let's go. Hey, thanks to everyone who's been subbing today. It really means a lot. It's the easiest way to support a channel, and just to give the like, give the sub. Oh yeah, and we have like almost 2,000 likes. We have 1,670 likes. Man, hey, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. We're gonna hit 100. We're gonna push to 100K before the end of this year. Had to take some time away from the channel, but now we're doing a whole bunch of stuff here at the Queso Cup. Looking for that 100K, and I'm glad you guys are a part of it. Thank you very much. That makes me very happy. Thank you. Let's see. It was phrased perfectly, says DJ Badhand. Yep. Let's see. New sub. Hey, thanks, Killer. Appreciate it. Queso can't play in their own cup. Why? Why not? Favorite Supercell game besides Clash Royale? I'm actually been playing a lot of Brawl and Clash of Clans lately. Like, I just kind of recently got back into both of them. I'm enjoying playing Brawl a lot. And Clash of Clans is just like a nice little distraction. You're like, hey, I can pick it up a couple times a day, do an attack, and be done. So I'm definitely enjoying both of those right now. So, there you go. New sub because I sub. Let's see. I don't know why they delayed the first match for a moment. Pharaoh Ruben's short-lived boat status. I mean, here's what I'm really curious about, right? Is because Ruben had this run from like late 2019 into 2020, right? Like he was probably I think it's hard to argue against Ruben being the best player in the game from like 2019. Queso had a kind of a rough run, and you can talk about reasons for that, but Ruben through 2019 and 2020 was probably the either the best or top 2 players on the planet during that time period. And what he did in 2020 was insane. He was absolutely insane in 2020. You know, we've seen how difficult it is for many players to maintain that level after they win a world championship, which is what makes Mugi's run in 2022 even more impressive. That he was still so competitively relevant in 22 after winning a world championship. Can't wait to get Monk. Yeah, that'll be fun. All right, here we go. Soudy versus Bale, first game of Queso versus Urban. So here's what I'd be curious about, right? If you take each player at their prime, like each of the best players on the planet at their prime, and put them like in the same what's the best way to put it? Put them in a time vortex. Put them in a universe bubble where they're all at their peak in terms of skill and starting at the same time. Who comes out on top? And that's a hard question. I still think Mo comes out on top, but that would be one of those things that would be like really cool to see. Oh look, Royal Giant. I for one am shocked. Who would have expected Royal Giant? I know I wouldn't have. You should see the look on my face right now. All right, I am a huge fan. I talk about it a lot when it does happen. I am a huge fan of the 3-1 split when playing Royal Hogs. I think it makes for really annoying choices on the part of the defender. And you're seeing here, nice pressure and a big lead opened up for Bale. But I think that Mo, if you did that experiment, I think it would be Mo. I think that the top 3 would probably end up being, again, if you're just taking the bubble of when they were at their best. Again, people just like don't understand how good Ruben was for that run from 2019 through 2020. They seem to like forget it or ignore it for something. I don't know why it gets so much shade. But I think that would be the top 3 would be Mo, Mugi, Ruben, and then maybe Morten, Surge, Elsiop in no particular order. GG, Soudy with a nice comeback here against Bale. Let's go ahead and pull that for a replay. As I was trying to work through what I think that in a suspended universe, what would be the best player in a weird special universe. All right, let's go ahead and jump in and take a look at the replay on that one. And it's just pulling, and there's so much the pulling the RG into, and I got the replay a little bit late. Pulling the RG into your defense is like I understand that it kind of disrupts it for a second, puts it right in the DPS, but man, you just saw. I wish we got in there like a half second earlier so we could see the impact of that, because that just shut down the whole conversation. All right. Morten 2020 was as good as Ruben, says Anaban. It's a hard. I think that if you take like who's okay, I'll say this. I think if you say like who's been greatest for the longest run, like there's got to Morten's the guy for sure. If you're talking about who's been the greatest for the longest period of time, here we go. Soudy versus Ruben. Yeah, Mugi's been world class for 3 years. Absolutely. There's no question there that Mugi's been world class for 3 years. Daryl says goats Morten, but peaks Ruben. I want LCL back in top form. This is why it's so fun to have this conversation. Morten is the unlucky greatest player. Some fairness to that. All right, vote in the chat, guys. What is the funniest character in Clash Royale? Right? The fact that the fisherman says fish slap is ridiculous, right? Fish slap. Right? Who makes you laugh? Which character, when they talk, makes you laugh the most? Fish slap is ridiculous. Money Mitch saying the bowler is the best. Pet Attack saying Golden Knight. Golden Knight. Huh. Ah. Yeah, sure. I feel that. Steven likes the Electro Wizard for that. Another one for the bowler. My son really likes the giant skeleton. He's like something. Like my son does an impression of the giant skeleton that makes me laugh every time. What an interesting graveyard variant out of Soudy. Like, why the fisherman in the RG variant? Right? What's your thought here on fisherman in this? Not RG. Fisherman in this graveyard variant. It feels like a weird. I understand you have the giant skeleton. I understand you have the hunter. It just seems like a weird. Like, this just feels like an RG deck where you put. You know, people are like, it's 2.6, but with RG, or 2.6, but with Golem, right? When they were doing like meme videos for their YouTube channels, or just wanted to like, pros would get bored and play grand challenges. And I'm gonna play 2.6, but with Lava Hound. That's kind of what this graveyard deck feels like. It feels like RG, but with graveyard. And the fisherman is such a weird piece of this. Boom. And Ruben with a quick work. And that one from Ruben. And how are you not anticipating Ruben playing Royal Giant? That's the thing, too. Like, it's Ruben. Ruben plays Royal Giant, Hog, and Loon, right? Like, and Ruben plays Royal Giant in almost every competitive match you can imagine, right? At some point, he's got to be like, hey, I'm gonna try to snipe RG. Were you a caster before CR? Before Clash Royale, did that come up? There you go. We're a caster before CR. Before Clash Royale, I spent many years as a play-by-play commentator for mixed martial arts fights in Southern California. So I worked primarily for a company called the University of MMA, or the U of MMA. And I worked for some other organizations as well, but that was my main. So I spent many years doing play-by-play commentary for cage fighting, and then Clash Royale came up, and that's that. I've done other games a little bit here and there besides Clash Royale. I've cast a few other games for a little bit, but Clash Royale has been the main. And it's the one I'm most passionate about. I like it. I love casting competitive Clash. It's so much fun. Here we go. Game number 2. Dominic, or Doom, against Ruben. Ruben did have a very good matchup in that one. Tornado fits way more in the GY than Fisherman, yeah. Interesting bowler. This has to be bowler. There's no way this is bowler. This has to be bowler loon, right? With the E-drag. Interesting bowler loon choice from Dominic. Now, DOoOM did run a lava hog rider at Worlds, so this could be anything. This is probably bowler. Yeah, there we go. That's loon, but like this might be a hog rider just for giggles. And Ruben running Dark Goblin, Inferno Tower, and the Goblin Drill. So this feels rough. What's my views on the new update? I like the idea of the ranked matches. We'll see where it goes. It's gonna be a big like paradigm shift to move away from like what's your personal best on trophies. But you know the game it's time for something new, and this will be something new. Wall breaker to the left, and NATO does get the King Tower activation, so nicely done by Dom. I thought for a second that the E-Dragon might prevent the King Tower activation, but it didn't. Bar Barrel, Lumberjack. That's a nice NATO. And it's a good freeze. He's going to drill here, though. No, back to another Inferno. Never mind. Oh, Ruben got all the way back around that. And wall breakers. This is just a nice little pressure wall breaker. That's all it is. Keeps the cycle going, puts a little pressure on that side. Does he drill here defensively? No, he gets back to the Inferno Tower. I keep thinking the Inferno Tower is not back around yet, but it is. He's going to eat this one. And that's one of those ones where, like, I was going to say, should just be one shot, but with how fast Balloon is now, it feels like that could have gotten a second one in. Now drill wall breakers opposite lane. Lumberjack high. Stops one, doesn't stop the other, and just like that, down to under 1,300 damage in both lanes for Dominic. And now just insane pressure from Ruben. And wow, Valk gets through, gets a lot of damage on tower. Dark Goblin going to work a lot on... Whoa, Dark Goblin goes to tower. Wait a second, how'd that was it Dark Goblin on and not the Valk? I feel like that Dark Goblin went to the Lumberjack. Let me go ahead and put that, and we'll do a quick replay here as Ruben takes care of Dom. And now Ruben one away from a nice sweep in this one. Let me go ahead and set up a replay on this one. I'm going to spend some time in the interim between this and my next stream figuring out how to get the replays to work the way I want them. So here we go. What I'm curious about is that Dark Goblin, right? How did that Dark Goblin get on tower? I thought that Valk wasn't on tower. Anyway, I wish I could do all the different replay stuff already. All right, so there's the pressure on the left-hand side. Dark Goblin takes care of the E-Wiz. Oh, it's the Dark Goblin. Oh, it was the Dark Goblin on in the first place, not the Valk. Got it. Got it. Easy explanation. There you go. Nice and easy explanation. That wasn't that confusing at all, was it? MiniMinter and Ruben up for game number 4 of this King of the Hill match. Or King of the Hill set. Does Balloon hit the drill? Yes, Balloons hit drills. Dark Goblin is so much fun. Dark Goblin's really annoying. If you've been asked us to come up with new features, how would it be? Wally, that would take some time for you to think about. I have some opinions on what we should do for 2023 with CRL. I have a format to fill out, get some feedback. I just realized that. I think that 2023, hopefully it'll be... Because Team CRL is not coming back for a number of reasons. But I think that 2023, if we can combine 2021 and 2022 into one thing, that's going to turn into, like, take the earning points over the course of the year that we had in 2021, add in also having golden tickets given to the winners of monthly finals like we had in 2022. The combination of those two things, that seems to me to be the perfect marriage of formats. So again, like if like put it this way, if in 2021 the winner of each monthly final also got a golden ticket to Worlds, right? So that would make the monthly finals, they would mean a bit more. People would be more into playing in like the 7th or 8th one, even if they didn't have enough points, right? That's my thought. And nice timing there for MiniMinter. Log takes care of it, though. MiniMinter is an interesting story, right? Because in 2020, he was a really solid semi-pro player. I've said it probably ad nauseum at this point, but he won my weekly competition multiple times in a row. And then in 2021, he kicked off the year with like a really solid opening, right? 2021 looked like it was going to be his year. And then it just kind of got away from it. I think the meta shifted a bit, and it just wasn't as good of a meta for him. Come on, where are you? Where is your... I think the meta got away from him for a little bit. Whatever it was, MiniMinter just had this pretty big fall in 2021, where he went from being like one of the top contenders for the year, and then just didn't quite have it. He had enough. He made enough to make it into World Finals. He made it past the first round, made it into the top 16 for World Finals. But something shifted. I'm not sure if it was if it was just a meta change that changed like what was best for him, or if it was something for him personally that changed. Either way, we didn't see MiniMinter in 2020. The rest of 2021, right? I think he got second place in the first monthly final, and then he got sixth place in the second one, and then had good performances for the rest of the season. But either way, one of those guys who like really looked like he was going to be one of the next, had a shot at being like a next top competitor, and now he's still very good, but not what you expected. So we'll see if 2023 ends up being the year for him. You've got to start right now with the man in front of you, and that's Ruben. Chestnut saying Bo happened to him. Fair enough. And again, Ruben back to RG. So here we go. We're seeing RG versus Mortar again. I think this is almost the exact same matchup, or close to the exact same matchup that we saw in the first game for Ruben in this one. Let's see if anything changes here in this matchup. It feels like our Ruben's playing more RGs from the back here in this game than he was in the first one. In game 2 of this set. So triple elixir. Does Ruben go for a double RG push? No, he just goes right at the bridge because Mortar's not in cycle. The Mother Witch to predict the Archer Queen. Does the Royal Giant get any legitimate shots here? Mortar pushes back. Right, so this is the thing you need to be doing. Like this we talked about before, about Mo was talking about people playing the matchup correctly, and we might be seeing this from Mini a little bit here. That Mortar that late Mortar to push back the RG at the end. You see that typically when Mortar wins this match. So looks like it's going to be the win here for MiniMinter. Fireball in, nothing to pull off. Let's see. XNPie saying having gold tickets at the top of the leaderboards from the IMO. Anyone who can win a monthly final show, be good enough to make worlds without them. Yes, but here was the problem, right? Was that the monthly finals in 2020 and 2021 got kind of boring, right? They ended up, like, the stakes were very low, right? It was just points, and there were players who could qualify, like, without winning a single one. And so that was part of it, was like the stakes weren't high enough during those ones. And then secondly, by the time we got into month 6, 7, and 8, the participation in those monthly qualifiers dropped significantly because players knew that because it was only points, that they were already out of contention to be able to qualify for World Finals. So having those golden tickets means that, hey, month 8, you still could have a great run, even if you didn't do anything months 1 through 7, right? So I think that those golden tickets lend some stakes to those finals, and also keep people interested in playing on the later levels, right? That's my thought about it. Let's see. Do you think the new update concept will see more new players on the top? More new players on top? No, it's not gonna create a bunch of. I don't think it'll make a bunch of new players be the top players in the world. But we'll hopefully bring in new players to the game overall, right? A big new update should do a lot of that. How does King of the Hill work again? Each team puts up 3 players. Each player has 1 life, and you try to eliminate the other 3 players. So you can see on the right-hand side with that scoreboard, blue team won the first game and knocked out 1 player. Then red team won 2 games, knocked out 2 players. Then blue team won the 4th game and knocked out another player. So now they're all down to both teams are down to their last player. JP for Queso, MiniMinter for Urban Esports, and the winner here will win the set. Our first, this is our first E-Giant of the day, I think, right? I don't know, if does rocket tower damage need a nerf? Is that a thing that's needed? I don't know if that's needed. Maybe. I'm curious to see if Spell Reflection is as impactful as people think it's going to be. Because again, I've heard that it's not fast enough to be reactive in the way that you would think. Depending on the spell, I guess. Morten is in this tournament. SK Gaming played in the first match of the day. I'll show you the standings after this game as we wait for our next set. Nice defensive lightning there from MiniMinter. And that's a nice little E-Spirit play from MiniMinter, just being like, hey, let me get this into lightning range for 1 elixir, and because you're not gonna play against that 1 elixir. So smart play by MiniMinter. Oh wait, does lightning do more than 282? It's tournament standard right now. My brain is on short outright. Play something high here to worry without to stop that golden knight. And just like, hold on. Wow. All right. There goes lightning. It's like 286. Is that what it is? And MiniMinter forced to spend quite a bit to deal with that push. And now we're playing crosswise. So RG's in the pocket, certainly a problem. But the damage on the King Tower for MiniMinter could be a factor as well. Because JP can pick up pocket plays and then turn into that King Tower side push. Nice distraction play here by MiniMinter. Do those skeletons, and they do. They pull the Inferno Dragon away from the RG. That's going to be a lot of RG damage. Very nicely played by MiniMinter. Doubling down with the Lightning. I don't know if JP can get anything in front of this. Yes, he can. All right, Electro Giant. Inferno Dragon plus Ghost, and that did not sequence the way JP wanted. That may have been a big chance for JP to steal this game, but I think that sequencing did not go the way he wanted it to go. Yeah, JP waving the white flag. All right, so MiniMinter coming in clutch for Urban Esports. And now we go into our second set with the lead for Urban. Let me check on the batteries on this thing. Oh, they're doing all right. They're doing all right. Cool. Let's see. Game Arena team is potentially very good. We'll see how that goes. That was an interesting first match for sure. Can't wait to see the Monk reverse rocket enemy's tower. It'll be fun. But what I don't know is if I believe, and again, I could be wrong here, if you can deploy and activate ability quickly enough to counter something reactive. Right, that's the thing that I don't know about, and I believe that might not be possible. So, very curious there. When do I know the update? I think the update comes out next week. Standings, that's right. Here we go. Let's look at the standings. So this is our last match of the day, folks. We opened it up with Gamer Arena upsetting SK Gaming in 3 sets. So they took the 2 points to the 1 point for SK Gaming. And then we went on to our second matchup where the Lucas Mo Mugi team of Puigins Esports took out Chivas in 3 sets, earning 2 points to Chivas' 1. Then Tribe Gaming with our first 2-0 sweep of the day. With the big win over Team Liquid, they earned 3 points for that. Liquid ends up with the bagel for our first day of competition. And then now we are going into set number 2 of our Urban Esports Team Queso matchup with the hosts playing from behind against Urban, as you just saw MiniMinter winning our first set of this matchup. So there you go. We're going to get our lineups here fairly soon. Look at this chat here for a second. Some cool clips overall. Oh, thank you, Chuck. I have a replay thing on my computer right now, and I do appreciate that. But no need to be, unless you're just pulling clips for fun. Let's see. Is Surge in there with Liquid? Yes, Surge is Liquid is Vitor, SurgicalGoblin, KaNaRiOoo, and DiegoB. So, classic Liquid with Vitor added onto it. Let's see. I don't understand how you're going to beat most team, and that's not fair. We almost saw it happen. Right? Who knows? But, you know, a team is a team. Beat them. Let's take a look at... am I staring at the sun? Yeah, always. That's all I do. You guys can reflect. You guys can see my setup in my glasses, right? You guys can see some of my monitors. And I have 3 monitors going. Camera right there. Lights over here. What kind of stuff happening? Looking at something else. Okay, great. Lineups are almost ready for our second set. And let me just do one more quick check here. Let's see. 86,196. So y'all keep on sending subs in at a great rate. God, this is... I'm really... I haven't streamed in a minute, and this really makes me happy to be hanging out with you guys like this. And, you know, I really appreciate the support. Thanks. Puts a genuine smile on my face, for sure. Game Arena the Best says Furkan. Not that Furkan. All right. Lineups for our second set. Urban Esports going to lead off with DOoOM, then CrisLyan, anchored by MiniMinter. Team Queso will go Ruben, JP, and Bale. So leading off with Ruben as Team Queso, Bale as the anchor for that squad. Very interesting. Let's see. We should have had 2v2. I love 2v2, and if you do want to watch 2v2, Reiki Jones is currently hosting a really great tournament that has 2v2 in it. I'll be posting some matches from that tournament here on the channel. I have a great one that I'm posting this upcoming week. Maybe I'll post it on Sunday or Monday. We'll see. But you can see some 2v2. I wonder if anybody here is playing Royal Giant. Let's see. Minor Loon for Dude. Interesting. No. Oh, there's a snowball for the bats. Wow, Minor Loon for Doom. Not what I expected. And hey, minor both directions here. All right. All right, a little different. This is fun. We've seen a little more Loon today than I expected. Right? We already saw the Loon play with the Bowler Loon Freeze earlier on. Minor Loon here out of Dominic. And some Mortar Minor control here for Ruben. I'm a little surprised. Maybe it's because he feels confident having Snowball Bats AQ. Or maybe he also knows that Balloon was buried enough that he didn't have a problem there. But playing offensive Mortar when you're up against Loon can be tricky. And now here comes Loon, and then Bats right on it. But Snowball for Snowball. Does he get back to Mortar fast enough? Is that the key here? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so get some good damage. The bats get away, though. That's a ton of damage by those bats. Mortar comes in. Nice defensive poison, but too little too late here. The bats escape. And that was a huge blow struck by Dominic earlier. Huge, huge blow. Mortar high early. Fish Boy plus 100 get the mortar out of the way, so no mortar shots either. And now opposite lane pressure from Ruben, which, you know, that Snowball's just going to eat up those bats every time. This match getting away from Ruben a little bit here. Mortar will be back in cycle, played high. Mortar will target into the lane. Skeletons not there for the King Tower activation. Notice they weren't played in the right spot for it. They were a little late, so Dom just controlling, not activating. No big spell for Dominic, though. So keep that in mind. The AQ does not have her ability. 379 to 1524. Minute 12 remaining. This minor picked up nicely. How much will that no big spell be a factor? Can Ruben put together something to steal this game away? Down by a lot. With only a minute left. We are in triple. That's a nice snowball. Can he down the Loon before it takes the mortar out? And no, he can't. Minor bats push, mostly for pressure it feels. And that's going to be, I think that's not quite in range, is it? Not quite in range. No, 205. All right, so, the mortar does not get the Loon gets down way early. Man, I am just on the edge of my seat here. It's almost hard to talk my way through this one because I'm so fascinated by these interactions. Does the mortar turn and shoot? No, it goes to the minor, not to the tower. Snowball in, GG. It can just, I was trying to figure out, like, is there a way for Morten to work his way out of this? And I kept on feeling like maybe there's a way to do this. But you know, when you're playing against no big spell, it does leave more opportunities to make big comebacks. Not playing a big comeback deck, obviously. But one of those ones where you're looking at that like, man, like, could he maybe? Ended up being the answer no. So DOoOM with a big matchup, a big win. Next up, DOoOM versus JP. They just took the biggest piece off the board for Queso with Ruben out. It feels like that opens the door tremendously for Urban Esports. And people asking how many matches left today. This is the last match on the day. As you can see, those are our 8 teams in the competition. And we are in our last 2 teams. So we will either be done after this King of the Hill set, or if Queso can rebound, we'll go to one more best of 3. And here we go. Game number 2. Dominic currently holding onto the hill. You see that 1 blue crown in our second set on the right-hand side. Can he hold the hill against the golden-haired golden boy from Barcelona, Spain? Talking about results earlier today, you see some Clash Royale Esports getting on the action on Twitter, posting the clip from Gamer Arena's big win over SK Gaming. And I looked away for 14 seconds. What did he do? What did he do? Let me clip that just so I can see what he did. I looked away for 14 seconds because I was like, oh, I'm getting a message on Twitter. I think it's about this. And then I was like, oh, I know I can put that Clash Royale Esports tweet into the thing. And next thing I know, JP is missing a tower. What in the universe just happened? This is why you need 2 casters. So that one can, so there's always one paying attention. E-barb spam at the bridge, that's it. Oof. Aggressive lightning, says James McFadden. Good to know. This E-Giant's going to go through this tower pretty nicely. Oh, E-Barb's, pocket E-Barb's going to be a problem. That's a problem. But now look at this send. Look at this send on the left-hand side there. Inferno Dragon. Those E-Barb's, that E-Barb's not going to kill the tower. This is all getting eaten up here. This is all getting eaten up here. Finally ended up getting control. Can the Electro Dragon, can the E-Giant get in front of the Inferno Dragon? And no, it can't. No, it can't. I thought the E-Giant might be able to get in front of the Inferno Dragon there. Didn't end up doing it. And looks like Doom's got this one all locked up. Man, it looked like for a moment the Inferno Dragon might pull far enough behind the E-Drag. And you see JP flashing the lightning there. Oh boy. All right, let's go take a look. Let's take a look at that opening replay. Let's take a look at the opening moment that I missed, like a ding dong. All right, here we go. Let's go into that opening moment. Dom, by the way, one away from a King of the Hill sweep. Has to face Bale next. So Inferno Dragon sizzles quite a bit, and that's what it is Dom just chooses to ignore it. Dom just ignores it and goes E-Barb Shield Spirit. So really smart play by Dom, actually. Right? So let's check this out one more time. This is actually really smart. It's not just E-Barb spam at the bridge. Lightning really aggressive, low on Elixir. Inferno Dragon, and that Inferno Dragon gets a ton of burn here. But E-Barb's E-Spirit. Or E-Barb's Heal Spirit, I mean. Just enough to say goodbye. Can't hate on that. Can't hate on that. That's actually the smartest E-Barb spam I think I've seen. If you're ranking E-Barb spam as far as, like, as level of intelligence, pretty high intelligent level for that. Recognize the overcommitment. Ignore the Inferno Dragon. Knew it wouldn't kill the tower. Just went right on it. And here we go. Doom going lava. First play. Lava first play, folks. A one-time unthinkable decision that is now how you play LoL. But the real question here is this his Lava Hog deck? No, Lava Clone. Ewiz already down. He'll get a lot of damage here. Will he get towered down? Yes, he will, I think. Oh, no, not quite. So, Poison, Ewiz, Mother Witch defends. Barb Barrel to defend the Mother Witch and the Ewiz a bit longer. That's a nice Skarmy to stop all that from doing more. This is a crazy opening 90 seconds of, or 75 seconds of Clash Royale. All right, Ram Rider does stop the tower from going down, and boom. Connects on that left-hand side. So now it is Bale taking control of this game. And Dominic should have no direct damage spell. So the question is, how does Dom get that left tower down now that the jig is up? You just bridge. You have to wait. You wait for something to come out like Mother Witch and then bridge Skarmy. Right, Mother Witch goes to the right, gets involved with all this. Arrows to clear. Oh boy. Oh boy. Like what? Yeah. What do you? I don't even know what Dom does here, other than lose. I mean, Poison E-Barbs, or Poison E-Wiz Mother Witch should have been a nightmare for Lava Clone in the first place. That's a nice activation of the Mighty Miner ability. And Dom just trying to overwhelm here. 16 seconds left. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Can the Skarmy do it? Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's the 3 crown instead. The Mighty Miner ignored, and the 3 crown gets done. Mighty Miner and Ram Rider take care of business here. Let's go ahead and cue that up. Cue that little finish up. 1 second, folks. There's no replay up here. RF is not at my house. It's just me. Here we go. This is the full, 30 seconds to end the match. So it's trying to pound his way in on the right-hand side. Mighty Miner switches lanes. Ram Rider here actually runs right past the Lumberjack. And the Mighty Miner, just enough HP to stay alive and wreck that tower, even though there was a lot on the board there for Dom. It's a hard count if I ever saw one. Here we go, CrisLyan and Bale. Now Chris is going to see if he can try to finish off this one in 2. Or does Bale have some heroism in it? We'll find out. There are no bans in this mode. If we go to the 3rd set, then that's a 1v1 best of 3 duel mode. So Bale looking like Royal Giant. Is it Royal Giant? Sure has that feeling. You've got that RG feeling. Whoa, that RG feeling. All right, that's enough of that. CrisLyan is a really interesting guy because he's, again, I've never done a tier list of players. I don't know, and we're talking about in the pro world, right? We're not talking about players compared to me, right? I'm a X tier player, right? I'm a W tier player. You talk about those S tier guys. Mo, Mugi, very short list of S-tier players. Those A-tier guys, the guys who are World Finals level. And CrisLyan kind of sits somewhere between the B and C tiers, right? He's always there. He's capable of getting wins, right? He got top 8 in the Masters Challenge this year. He had some decent finishes in CRL last year, right? He's done well in a couple of those, like the old like Bren Chong Cups, Queso Cups, stuff like that. He's always right on the cusp of getting into that level where you expect like good competitive results. He was in my tournaments for a long time, and it's one of those questions where you just don't know like what's that thing that puts him in the next tier, right? What turns you from a C tier to a B tier player, from a B tier to an A tier player? What makes that turn happen? But Chris for a long time has just been very good, but outside of that conversation of being great. But a win here for Chris would be a nice step in the right direction. Bale just spamming these RGs right now. And again, I said this top of the show that I thought today was going to be a good example of how good dual mode is for this game, and it really has been. How many times today have we seen this matchup? RG versus almost this exact matchup down to a card, right? How many times have we seen this? And it's just what happens when you don't have rules that prevent, the rules that create meta parameters, right? Whether it's ban cards, which I don't actually, at this stage in casting, because I've casted through all variants. I've casted through the yes, there are ban cards, no, there are ban cards. Now we have dual mode. I've cast through all of it. I think bans are not that interesting now that I've seen what dual mode can be. But you need to have some sort of parameter that sets limitations on how the meta might be played. I would love to see a tournament like this. They can't change the rules of the state of the tournament, obviously. I'd love to see a tournament like this one, but where King of the Hill was played with the Royale Masters version of dual mode, where you cannot repeat cards after you would win. It would work great. It'd be really interesting. Put a lot of pressure on someone coming into Game 5. It would make choosing your order really critical, too. Your player order would be so much more impactful. All right. Lightning there's no RG shot here. So now it's the big guessing game. Where does the miner go? Log for the skellies. Miner gets on tower. Miner gets pulled. Poison in. Lightning will do it. And just like that, we're going to go to a game number 5 here. Bale with a chance for the reverse sweep. Can Bale get it done for Team Queso and extend our afternoon? I'll stay there for a minute. Extend our afternoon to our third and final set. Yay, it's Andrew. Says, I want to see Team Duels mode. If teammate use card in the King of the Hill game, you can't use it. Yeah, that's, I mean, sort of what I'm saying is that, so in the Royale Masters version of dual mode, if you won with a card, you couldn't play it later in that set, right? So instead of like both players losing all 8 cards from each game, if you won, you lost the cards. If you lost, you could replay with those cards again. And what it did was it allowed for dual modes to be in best of 5s, right? Because right now with the way dual mode works, you really can't do a best of 5 because then you get to game number 5 and you're like, what cards are even left by game 5 if you're playing traditional dual mode? But this version, you would get to game 5 and each player would have the same number of cards out as you would in game 3 of a regular duel, right? Because you'd only have 16 cards out on each side. That would work for King of the Hill. So if your player 1 wins with the deck, those 8 cards are out. But if your player 1 loses, those 8 cards are still in, and then you could get to. That's the same as normal. Isn't the same as normal dual mode in King of the Hill? No, because if normal dual mode was in King of the Hill, it's 5 games, so you'd have so many more cards in, right? So again, if you did the Masters version, you'd get to game number 5, and you would have only 16 cards out on each side, rather than 32 cards out on each side. How can you get better at Clash Royale? It depends on the person, but a lot of it is studying and learning. Like I think the 2 biggest things that players can do, it depends on like where you are in your journey in Clash Royale, right? Actually learning interactions, not just playing the game, but actually learning interactions, right? You talk about these top tier players, they know so much more about how these cards interact, of like, oh, if you play this with this against this, it results in this level of a counter push, right? Their understanding of micro is so much higher than a casual player's. Then the second part of it, which I think is really critical, is actually studying matchups, right? We talked about this RG Mortar conversation today, and RG has just destroyed Mortar all day. Mo's in here saying, hey, it's actually pretty even, but people aren't playing the matchup correctly. And on a level of like being a casual player, if you like not studying matchups is so much of losing games where you really should win. Chestnut isn't the same as if you lose in the King of the Hill, you don't play anymore. Yeah, but also, but if you win, your deck doesn't play anymore. Right? So it's, I don't know if I'm not getting the idea across correctly. All right, tower trade here to open things up. Remember, if MiniMinter wins, the match is over. If Bale wins, we go to our 3rd and final set. I mean, there are lots of like basics, right? Hey, thank you, Mars, for the new subscribe. I really appreciate that. A lot of basics of like not overcommitting on offense, of not like playing certain things too early so that you don't like, you know, for example, if you're playing Lumberloon, don't throw like almost never throw Lumberloon in single elixir. There are some situations where it makes sense, but most of the time don't, right? So you like, there's some about, yes, Chestnut. They would stack on the whole team, not just a single player. Exactly. Right, that would be fun. I'd love to like run a tournament. That'd be super fun. So there are like all these basics to learn, whether it be basics of your deck or basics of just gameplay concepts. But really, that next thing is knowing interactions and knowing how to play matchups. And 95% of players will never do those 2 things beyond a very rudimentary level. Full-on lava loon for MiniMinter. That King Tower is in dire straits here for Mini. There's a little log chipping here from Bale. Very interesting. And that's a nice balance, because it's going to pull everything, but also still put this pressure into that left-hand lane. Is Fireball in cycle? Does he get anything down here to stop that? Bandit goes opposite tower. Magic Archer, 2 Magic Archers down. Got to stop this battle ram. And how do you stop all of this at once? I'm not sure if there's any way to do it. Battle ram to go to the tower and connect, and that's GG. Big time win there for Bale, and here we go. Last match of the day into our final set. Gonna be a best of 3 dual mode to see who takes the win here in our day 1 of competition between Urban Esports and Team Queso. Let's see. What's my favorite deck? I don't really have a favorite right now. My favorite hero? I mean, Golden Knight's just so fun. Golden Knight's just a fun hero. Even if the content is broken, it's fun. Let's see. Alright. Feller, you just got a little timeout there, buddy. A little timeout there for that one. 86,275. Man, y'all are coming in huge today on the subs, by the way. This has been super fun. Hey, thank you for your first time chat there, Jorgen. A lot of y'all are here for Gamer. Is Mo playing? Yes, Mo already played today, and we'll be playing again tomorrow when we go to tomorrow. By the way, we're on Juicy J's channel on Twitch. So if you want to watch tomorrow, go to Juicy J's channel on Twitch. That'll be a place to watch. He and I are trading off most of the casting duties. There are a couple days of casting that neither of us can do. We're trying to find the right host for that one. So we'll keep you posted on where that's going to live when that actually does happen. But yeah, I'm casting some of the first split finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series during one of the weekends for this event. So a little time conflict there. Who are the members of the Tribe team? Good question. Tribe Gaming is Greco, Pandora, KK, and Wallace. Thank you, though. Very good. I'm new. Clash Royale is awesome. I agree. Clash Royale is so much fun. That's why I love this. That's why I really just enjoy casting it. I enjoy the players, enjoy the teams, enjoy the game. It's just super fun. Let's see. Can I have a good deck? I'm an Arena 13, no Bandit, no Marcher. I don't have a good answer to that question, but check out Cashman on YouTube. K-A-S-H-Man. K-A-S-H-M-A-N. Cashman with a K. He does great videos on, hey, what's a good deck for me? I'm an Arena blank, right? Cashman has great content for that. What's the action? What do you mean? Okay, here we go. The final matchup of the day that will determine winner between Urban Esports and Team Queso. Best of 3 duel, MiniMinter versus Bale. So running that we just saw, running it back to see who walks away with it. Interesting that it's going to be Bale and not Ruben. Very curious to see, but Bale is playing well right now, so we'll see. I love your glasses. Thank you. These are actually the Hulks. Will the update really prevent tilting? To a certain degree. All right, here we go. Starting up pretty soon again. Reminder of where we've been so far today. Okay. What a day, what a day. Tribe Gaming with the early lead, and I don't know who Tribe has on the schedule tomorrow. If you follow Clash Royale Esports on Twitter, you'll be able to get most of that information. I believe they're going to post the schedule for tomorrow up. What are your most favorite, least favorite game modes? I love Triple Elixir, or I also love Infinite Elixir. Infinite Elixir is one of my favorites. I really don't like the, what's it called? Here we go, into our gameplay. Man, what's the one? I don't love Rage mode. I don't think it adds much. All right, Hog versus Drill here in game number 1. And again, it's interesting how much more Hog we see at these BO3s than we see in the King of the Hills. Oh yeah, no, actually Draft, I really don't like Draft at all. Someone has said Draft is the best. I really dislike Draft. Especially triple Draft in particular. I don't mind regular Draft, it's kind of fun. I don't like triple Draft. It becomes really repetitive. But also, like, I just think everything from like a more competitive standpoint. Triple Draft was not good in CR. Yeah, first time seeing Drill wall breakers today. Good point. Oh yeah, Heist is no... I don't like Heist either. Not my thing. But I love all, like, the... I love Triple Elixir, and I love... I like Ramp Mode. I like all the ones that, like, increase how much you're playing on the board. Right, so Triple Elixir, Ramp Mode, Infinite Elixir. Those are the ones I like the most. The reason I don't like Triple Draft buff Drill is because it ends up with being a really repetitive game, really repetitive matchups. If you're playing at, like, when we saw it played in CRL, it ended up making a really repetitive meta because there were certain card combinations when they came up where you were kind of guaranteed to have to play a specific card like make certain picks. Actually, touchdown is kind of weirdly fun sometimes. Touchdown is weirdly fun on occasion. Did Ruben play drill wall breakers? Or did he just play drill? Maybe he played drill wall breakers. Oh, you're right. He did. Was it drill wall breakers? I know he played wall breakers. Yeah. I think you're right. Mini going pretty traditional here with this hog EQ setup. And out to a nice lead so far. Or Bale. Did I say Ruben? Bale. And these hogs at this stage, for those of you who are kind of learning here, these hogs, Mini doesn't really care if they hit. He'd love them to hit. That would be awesome. But the hogs are mostly designed to make him spend, specifically to make Bale spend those Inferno Towers. Because every time that Bale spends an Inferno Tower on a hog, that's a -1 trade, and then Bale can, Mini can just cycle his EQs. So, yeah, at this stage, MiniMinter's gonna keep on playing hogs, even if every single one of them gets stopped, just to force out the responses and to, yeah, see again, boom. And now he can EQ. It keeps Bale from playing as much offense. And that's going to hit. Boom. 122 EQ and we're done. All right, MiniMinter about to be 1 win away from clutching things up for Urban Esports. Wall breakers go away from the bomb tower, but not going to be enough at this stage. And GG, MiniMinter taking game number 1 off of Bale. Ask if Super make 7 Elixir permanent. Yeah, I would play 7 Elixir all the time. Or Infinite Elixir, whatever you want to call it. Daryl likes ramp up. Yeah, I like ramp up. 7 Elixir is 7 or Infinite Elixir is so fun. Why is Splash Yard so unpopular in CRL? It's a good deck, but not used even once today. It also counters most talk. There have been some, like Splash Yard has kind of been supplanted by Bowler GY Freeze, which is kind of Splash Yardy, kind of Splash Yard-ish. I don't know why Splash Yard's not like really used that much. It's a good question. I don't know if there's any. Hey, if there's anyone in the, if anyone who's watching is in that Twitter chat, you know what I'm talking about? Anyone have a theory on why Splash Yard isn't used very much? I know some of you might still be watching, but if any of you guys have an opinion on why Splash Yard is not used as much, love to get your thoughts. Splash Yard is a ladder deck, says Juicy. Well, Juicy J's a good person to talk to about Clash Royale stuff. What does that mean, Juicy, from your perspective, that Splash Yard is a ladder deck? Why would you say that specifically, as opposed to it being able to be played in, for example, a King of the Hill match? All right, almost ready for our next game. And here we go. Game number 2, MiniMinter, with the chance to finish. Because it's very matchup dependent, says Knight. A lot of Mother Witch played, he's in a snipe. Fair enough. Lots of log bait and turn. We haven't seen much log bait today. Splash Yard has no DPS for Royal Giant. First time gets reset by E-Spirit and Big Spell. All right.
Out of my way.
Juicy saying it's just one of those one tricks that only is really good for ladder. Very interesting. Thank you, Juicy. Not good for best of 3, yes, but talking about like these King of the Hills today, it's been interesting. That's a nice connection there for the... Wow, that's going to be a lot of damage. That might go... Does it get all the way down? I think it does. Wow, 292 just barely stays alive. I think MiniMinter 8 more damage there than he expected. I think he ate a lot more than he expected. I think Mini just tilted hard. That's what that feels like. That fireball, I don't think that fireball even got to the Princess Tower there. Yay, it's Andrew. That's the comment of the day. Everyone learns Mighty Miner the hard way. And now Mini goes opposite side with his lava pushes into the sack tower. Try to go to the other side. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. This will be interesting. Ram Rider shuts down most of that push. Barb's behind it, though. Does the Fireball take care of the Mother Witch? And it does. This Lava Hound is no joke here with these barbs behind it. This could be a lot on tower. That could be tower down, and it's going to be tower down. It's going to be tower down, I believe. Does the Mega Minion swipe? It doesn't. Oh, it doesn't. Mega Minion doesn't swipe. Oh, my word. How did the Mega Minion not do the thing with its hand where it hits the thing? That's crazy. Here we go. Into sudden death overtime. Really would have loved not to spend that fireball for Mini. Instead, the Mega Minion doesn't quite get there, and here we go into sudden death. A nice set of barbs there to take care of the Mega Minion, or Mega Knight. Ram Rider plus Mighty Miner on the left-hand side, Mother Witch behind. Just barely hold on to that one, does Mini. That Mother Witch going to do a lot of damage here. Skelly Drags trying to help. Skelly, or Royal Ghost in the pocket. And that's it, that's GG. We're going to game 3, folks. Best of 1 to decide the match. Let's go. Here we go. Who gets the 2 points? Who gets the 1? Who do you think, folks? Bale or Mini in game number 3? Let's hear your votes in the chat. Will it be Bale or will it be Mini? Will it be Queso? Will it be Urban? Who do you think's got it? Let's see. In game number 1, MiniMinter ran Hog EQ. So Log is out for MiniMinter. Bale ran Drill Fireball. Drill Wall Breakers. I'm seeing, let's see, I'm seeing 4 for Bale in the, 5 for Bale in the YouTube chat. Seeing some people for Bale. Here's a couple for MiniMinter. Anthony in the Twitch chat saying Bale for Momentum. Lot more Bale calls here than MiniMinter calls. Wow, people coming through heavy on Bale. Look at this. Who's laying heavy on Mini? There we go. Here's some Mini coming on in. Trying to see if I can get all the matchup data. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, Fireball, Zap, EQ, and Log out for MiniMinter. So, RG without, like maybe going to RG here for MiniMinter. Inferno Tower out. Inferno Tower, Ram Rider, Mother Witch is out. GY is available here for MiniMinter as well, with Mother Witch, Poison both out as well. Fireball, Poison both out for Bale. We'll see in a moment here what they got. Wait, and here we go. Game number 3. Let's see who comes out on top. Winner gets the first match, 2 points to their team, 1 point to the losing team in our standings. So RG is available on both sides. A lot of the RG cards. Hunter, Fisherman, yeah, so going to be RG for Bale. Looks like Drill for MiniMinter. Maybe Graveyard. With Mother Witch and Poison both out, that does feel like Graveyard opportunity. And what a connection there with the Golden Knight for MiniMinter. Someone saying Logbait for Bale? Could be. Yeah, there you go. Graveyard for MiniMinter, so he makes the good read with Poison and Mother Witch both out. Pretty standard read. Dart Goblin out too. Dart Goblin, E-Wiz. Guys, I learned from Jebas the basic principles of how to pick decks. Very basic. And Poison, Mother Witch, E-Wiz, Dart Goblin, all that stuff out. Okay. Graveyard. Am I a genius? No, I just took the Jebas introduction to deck building. So RG, most likely RG, into Zappy's Inferno Dragon. Zappy's plus E-Spirit does create some interesting situations. Freeze is a really interesting... yeah, it's interesting. GMI with RG Lightning available still is so risky. Yeah, the bowler variation, though. Bowler sets up one more time. Fishboy to pull all that in. Zappies go to the Dark Prince instead of the Fishboy. And here we go. RG opposite lane now for Bale. Those Zappies are going to be annoying here, but they're not going to be a game changer in this one, as the low Zappies are going to help out a lot for Mini. Remember, Fireball not available, so you can just play those Zappies clumped whenever you want. In fact, the clumped Zappies a little bit better here for MiniMinter than they are for Bale, just because MiniMinter can splash those away. A lot spent on the left-hand lane here with this big push coming on the right-hand side. That feels like a bit of overspend for MiniMinter. Has to freeze here. Gonna take one more shot from the RG. Yep, there it is. Here we go. Final 70 seconds. Hasn't been using the NATO on defense. That's a good Golden Knight dash on the left-hand side. There we go. There's the NATO on defense. Zappies to support. And now MiniMinter has to put a push together. Now, especially after taking that shot too. Here we go. So maybe Baby Dragon. Here comes the full push on the left-hand side. And there goes the Graveyard. And does the Fish Boy pull the... Yes, so Bowler's in there. NATO opposite direction, then NATO gets the lineup. The lineup for the Bowler. Lineup for the Bowler is huge. Can MiniMinter stop the Dark Prince? And he does. And MiniMinter. Whoo, boy. What a come from behind for MiniMinter. Has one big push to stop. The RG Lightning. E-Spirit, no, it's the freeze. The big freeze for MiniMinter. Man, he opened the door for a minute, but a great sequence by MiniMinter to get that last chunk of damage. And here comes the defensive freeze just to cap it off. Nope, just NATO's it instead. Lightning tries to make room. Not going to happen. MiniMinter. What a play. What a play. GG, well played. And there you have it. Urban Esports takes the 2 points to the 1 point of his opponent, of their opponent in Queso. Let me go ahead and see if I grabbed the replay at the right time here for that final chunk. Here we go, jumping into the replay. And there it goes. The Bowler gets pulled in, and you see just a perfect lineup there. NATO just puts all that together. We'll go back one more time and look at that one. Bowler gets pulled in. The NATO just barely gets that Fishman in a line. Freeze to put it all together. And then the Zappies come down in time to stop that Dark Prince opposite direction. And that's a GG well played. That's a real nice GG well played there. And there you go. There's, again, our final standings for the day. Tribe Gaming, with their 2-0 sweep over Team Liquids, takes 3 points. Liquid at the bottom, earning 0 for that one. Every other matchup went to the full 3 sets. Puigins Esports, Mo Lucas, and Mugi taking down Chivas Esports to get the 2 points there. Gamer Arena with the upset over SK Gaming. They pull out 2 points, and then Urban Esports goes to the third and final set and game for the win over Team Queso. Still very early in this competition. Obviously, this is day number 1. But that's going to be it for the day for these guys. If you are watching on YouTube, that's the end of the show. If you're watching on Twitch, stick around for like 2 minutes. We're going to find someone cool to throw a raid to and give someone some love, give someone some attention. But either way, that's it for today. If you're watching here on YouTube, tomorrow's competition, day 2 of the event, will be on Juicy J's Twitch channel. I'll link that in Twitch on our side, on the Twitch chat too. So on Juicy J's Twitch channel tomorrow will be day 2 of this competition. And then I'll be back here for some more of it later. We're bouncing back and forth. Going to have a whole lot of fun. And then also, I'll be putting some of, like I said, that Japanese competition, the 8K competition with 2v2, King of the Hill, and duels. I'll be putting some of that on my channel pretty soon as well. Thank you so much for all the subs today on YouTube. I really appreciate it. It's been a whole lot of fun. Twitch, stick around. For everybody else, it's been a blast. As always, be excellent to each other. All right, Twitch, hold on. Please hold, Twitch.